Sanbonani, Goeiemorgen, good morning, Absheni, Nda, to our new students. You are now a Unisian. Welcome to the College of Human Sciences under the leadership of our Executive Dean, Professor Khumutso Masemola. Now, let us briefly introduce you to our college. The College of Human Sciences consists of three schools. Firstly, the School of the Arts. The School of the Arts consists of 7 departments: Department of African Languages, Department of Afrikaans and Theology of Literature, Department of Arts and Music, Department of Communication Sciences, Department of English Studies, Department of Information Sciences, and the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages. Secondly, the School of Humanities. The School of Humanities consists of 6 departments: Department of Anthropology and Archaeology, Department of Biblical Studies and Ancient Studies, Department of Christian Spirituality, Church History, and Missiology, Department of History, Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology, Department of Religious Studies and Arabic. And thirdly, the School of Social Sciences. The School of Social Sciences consists of 6 departments: Department of History, Department of Development Studies, Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic, Department of Health Studies, Department of Political Studies, Department of Psychology, Department of Social Work, and the Department of Sociology. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our program directors, Mr. Malife and Mr. Mabusela.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Valencia. Thanks for the video. Good morning, colleagues. I'm not sure whether I'm audible or not. It seems as if my video is dark. I think I will have to ask just a minute to change my gadget so that I can reconnect to other device, because here I can see I'm receiving some complaint that my video is dark. So just bear with me so that I can switch to other device where it will show me clearly. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think now I'm clear. Am I clear, colleagues? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Yeah, that's perfect, Prof. Nkosi, thanks so much for being with me while I was busy sorting out my things. I want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone in this platform, in particular our primary stakeholders, of which is our students. This is the event of yourselves today. For those who doesn't know me, my name is Rodney Mabusela. I'm staff in the College of Human Sciences under the Department of Tuition and Learner Support, under the Student Retention Unit. I'm not alone in this, the duty of program director today. I'm with my colleague, Mr. Itumele Mulefe, who will be taking over from myself in the part 2 of the program. It means part 1 of this program, it will be directed by myself. Without wasting time, I will request that we observe a moment of silence in remembering and sending our heartfelt condolences to the youngest, greatest rapper who just passed away yesterday. He was very inspiration to young people who are still coming in the field of artisan and in the field of music. I want us to join the nation in mourning and also the family of the deceased by just having a 30-second of a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. Without a waste of time, we will then start or commence with the business of the day in ensuring that we proceed with our program of the day. And before we could start with the actual program, I will just want to remind in particular our student that don't be surprised because your mic will be muted as the speakers will be doing the presentation in order to maintain an order and discipline so that we can listen to the presenters without interruption. So don't say we are managing you, it's just that we need to maintain the discipline and order because we have learned from the past as to when we give people a platform, they just disrupting. Some of them, they are doing it unintentionally. So we are just going to do that. But when it will be a time to ask questions, there will be you will have to raise your hand and they will unmute your mic. In that announcement, I want us to begin with the program of the day. In the first item of the program of the day, we are done with the opening remarks and announcement by program directors. We are going now to welcome remarks by our College of Human Sciences, our professor, Deputy Executive Dean in the College of Human Sciences, Professor Zurich Ngosi, will have 5 minutes of welcoming us into this program so that we can know that dimja di khukile. Prof Ngosi, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to our CHS 2020 orientation program. We are really pleased to have you. May I first start thanking our speakers who are going to unpack the program, and thank you, Program Director, for steering us in the right direction. I must say that to us, a student is a king. As the College of Human Sciences, we support our students, and we are committed in ensuring that your journey is smooth. I know along the way you are going to face some hurdles, but feel free, because at the College of Human Sciences, as the social sciences, we are geared for social justice. I'm saying welcome, students, to our orientation program. I must just remind you that you are responsible and accountable for your learning. The support staff and the academic staff are here to guide you in realizing your dream, your goals. So let's have this reciprocal effect relationship where one will do what is expected and we guide and facilitate in ensuring that you realize your goals. The second reminder, students, is that let us adhere to the University of South Africa policies. We've got a number of policies that are going to ensure that you enjoy your teaching and learning at UNISA. Let us stick to that. Communication is open. You must know the lines of communication. As a student, you are registered for your modules. Look into your curriculum and see how you take your modules. Know your communications in your departments. The video that was shown earlier, it shows the school where you are registered. Follow those rules, because if we go according to the rules, we are, okay, I'm getting a sign that says there's a problem with the voice. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you. I'm not sure whether some other people can hear you, but I can hear you clearly myself.
Okay, because I'm given 5 minutes, I've already used 3 minutes. Colleagues, I just want to tell you that Nelson Mandela said education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. I'm referring to you, students. We are here to support you so that we can change our world to be a better world for all of us. We are led in the College of Human Science by Prof. Masemola, who is very supportive of the student agenda. So please make sure that you adhere to the policies as I previously alluded to. I welcome you all to be part of the College of Human Sciences. I wish you all the best. We are here to support you in all that you are going to aspire for. The program is packed up with speakers who are going to unpack on what is expected to you. May we kindly take this opportunity to utilize this moment and make sure that we do our best. Program Director, I don't want to waste much of time. I just want to wish you that the day's proceedings must just go well. Thank you very much, colleagues. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ngosi, for those encouraging words. We really appreciate the advice, in particular, advising our students to be able to adhere to our policies. I think it is very much significant to ensure that we preach this message of advising our students to adhere to our policies of the institution, because they are there to ensure that they safeguard the integrity of our qualifications. Thank you very much, Professor Ngosi. We go to the third item. We're going to have a message of support from the Office of the Dean, in particular the Dean of Students, Dr. Ule Tusipuka. I'm not sure whether he's on the platform, but colleagues will assist me if he's on the platform. Mutlegas, Dr. Spuka, over to you, sir. Just unmute yourself and continue. Is the Dean of Students here? Dean of Students is here or?
Apologies, Program Director. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Prof. Sarombe.
Okay. I'm going to ask. Yes, we just want to ask the technical team to help the Dean of Students to unmute his mic. He wants to speak. He is here.
Perfect. Because I saw he raised his hands. Okay, no problem, Prof.
Thank you.
Can you please just keep his hand raised, please, Doc Supuka? There we go, Doc. You can unmute yourself.
Program Director and Professor Nkosi, your colleagues, and most importantly, our students, good morning. We wake up today with Russia invading Ukraine and literally the entire world order thinking what is going to be next. Those who are going to be working in your field would particularly be aware of the role that your faculty in particular has got to play with regards to issues of world order and world peace. And I'm particularly happy today to participate in this orientation program because amongst other colleges performing very well in the institution is precisely this one. I'm also happy that Ntate Mabuzela, who's one of our program directors here today, comes from the student retention unit, which I think is extremely important for particularly first-year students who are not used to the kind of mode that the university uses. And secondly, who would require the hand of the retention unit all the way through to appreciate the complexities and the beauties of studying via what we call a Cordell model of studying. Thirdly, Chairperson, I'd appreciated Professor Nkosi's first issue with regards to students, namely the students, our queens and kings. Now, what that means is that ourselves as colleagues in the university has got to have that as our mantra when delivering services to our students. It's well known that the image of our university is not the best with regards to how our students particularly are experiencing issues of service delivery. I'm thus calling upon our new students and those that are continuing at the university to continue to call us out whenever we're unable to treat you either as kings and or as queens in your journey towards graduating. With those very few words, Program Director, Professor Nkosi, colleagues, and our students, I wish to welcome all of you to this academic year and wishing you guys a very great journey for 2022 and beyond. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mhlegazi. Thank you very much, Dr. Sipuka, for those words. We really appreciate that when we have event like this, you come and support us and support our students. I think that is itself encouraging. You are present is very much encouraging in supporting our students, because your office, one of the responsibilities that is tasked to ensure that it coordinates the support of our students in particular academic and social support from various levels. And therefore, we feel honored by your presence here. I like the fact that when you were mentioning, when you start in your presentation, you start mentioning Russia and Ukraine. I think it will be our student, because we're under political science, they will know exactly what we are talking about. Thank you very much. We go to the fourth item on the agenda, of which is a message of support from our National Student Representative Council, in particular Ms. Poshoko, the Secretary General of the NSRC. Ms. Poshoko, we wish to welcome you in the platform and provide the message of support to your constituency, because you are leading them. You need to provide the leadership, and it is your constituency, and you are the mouthpiece of this constituency. Mbogoto, over to you. Our technician is the NSRC here. If they are struggling, if she's struggling to unmute herself, could you please assist?
Ms. Mabisela, I'm not seeing her. If she can just raise her hand. If she's maybe in the attendees group, then I can do that.
Perfect. Ms. Poshoko, if you are here, could you please raise your hand so that our technician can be able to assist? Perhaps we need to ask the Dean of the students, Mr. Dr. Spuka. Is the Secretary General here? Is the SG here of the NSRC?
I am not saying. I'm actually driving to them because they are currently on a retreat to deal with their strategy somewhere here in Pretoria North. But I think if she does not come through, by the time I get to their venue, I will try and connect her before you colleagues close.
Okay, we'll really appreciate that, Doc. We'll really appreciate that. Just tell them we understand that they are having some other commitments, but just ask that will be happy, and the constituents and their constituency in the CHS will be happy if they can get the message of support from this particular structure. I think I will then go to the fifth item. At least we are still waiting for execution. There is a noise behind. Can you please assist us in terms of muting yourself? Thank you. Thank you. We go to the fifth item in the agenda, of which is the student support at CHS. I wish to call upon Ms. Ngabinde, CHS student support. You are welcome, Ms. Ngabinde.
Good morning, Mr. Mabusela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
So my name is Valencia Ngabinde from the CHS Help Desk. I'm just going to take you through briefly what we do at CHS and what we offer assistance with, and then I will just leave off with contact details at the end, so that should you have further inquiries or you want to talk to us, you know where to reach us, and we'll just take it from there. So briefly, the CHS Help Desk, CHS standing for College of Human Sciences, is there to provide accurate information in terms of the college's resources, functions, and rules to current and prospective UNISHA students. We also deal with student inquiries through the telephones, through emails. We are basically your first point of contact should you require any assistance in terms of college-related matters. We assist you with disseminating information in terms of the academic offerings of the College of Human Sciences, the rules of the College of Human Sciences and processes pertaining to registration and assessment information. We also work with internal and external stakeholders to assist you in resolving whichever inquiry that receive from you. So our core mandate really is to make you guys happy and to provide student support for you guys to make your journey and your career, your study career at UNISA more bearable and enjoyable and stress-free, basically. And then in terms of applications for this current academic year, 2022, closed on the 15th of October, 2021. So if you wanted to be a registered UNISA student this year, you should have applied by last year already. So who exactly should apply? It's prospective UNISA students, also students that are currently completing their higher certificate that want to go into bachelor's degrees. So admission into the bachelor's degrees is not automatic after you have completed the higher certificate. You need to actually apply. And then students that also want to go into their honors and postgraduate studies also need to apply at the end of their undergraduate qualification. Admission is also not automatic. And also we don't entertain late applications. Okay, and then students who also wish to change their qualifications. So in most instances, we get inquiries with students that said, okay, but I applied for qualification A and B, but now I've changed my mind. I want to do something else instead. Can you please just change my application for me? Unfortunately, we can't change applications on the system. You would have to now wait for the next application cycle to apply for that new qualification that you want to pursue. So it's always a good idea to be 100% sure of what you want to study before you click the submit button for your application. And then applications for 2023 academic year will open around August 2022. And then as the College of Human Sciences, these are the qualifications that we offer. There's 2 higher certificates comprising of 10 modules each. And then there's the diplomas with 20 modules there. And then there's the bachelor's degrees with 30 modules, apart from the social work, Bachelor of Social Work, which has 40 modules in there. The Bachelor of Social Work is also a selection qualification. So you apply. After you apply, there's more assessments that you need to do in order to qualify for that degree. And then these are the qualifications that are phasing out from the College of Human Sciences. And the dates in red are when they're phasing out. So you can see that the National Diploma in Public Relations and Management phases out this year, 2022. So if you are studying for this qualification and you're not registered for this year, and then you want to register next year, that's not going to be possible because we will not be offering this qualification next year. You will have to apply for the new one. So that's basically what phasing out means. If you're unable to complete it within these specified times, you will have to apply for a new qualification going forward. And then CHS offers 2 types of qualifications. It's the structured degrees and the unstructured. So what is the difference between these 2 types of degrees? With the structured degrees, the curriculum is fixed. You can't change it. You choose modules according to what the curriculum says, okay? And then it's either you will have to do a major or 2 majors, depending on the curriculum of that qualification. You will also have to choose electives within prescribed groups. You can't go out of those groups in order for you to ensure that you stick to the curriculum rules and you attain the specified amount of credits required. So that's 360 credits for these degrees. So these qualifications have limited modules, and then the unstructured qualification refers to the Bachelor of Arts General qualification code 99311, sorry. And then for that one, you build up your own curriculum. Very exciting. You choose what you want to study, and then you just build it up. I will give you 2 examples below, but when we say you build up your own curriculum, it doesn't mean that you can just willy-nilly take modules all over and then build up whatever. There's also still rules in terms of you building that curriculum. Okay, so this is an example of the BA in Communication Sciences made up of 30 modules. You can see there's Group A and Group B and Group C for all the levels, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So you can see under Group A, there's 4 compulsory. For the 1st level, there's compulsory 6 modules on the 2nd, and there's compulsory 9 on the 3rd level. So all of these details you will find on the UNISA website also. When you are about to register, you will see how you can choose your modules. The curriculum is there. We're not keeping it secret. We're not hiding it from you. It's information there out for everybody to use in order to complete their qualifications in time and to ensure that all modules that are supposed to be part of that qualification
Miss
are there.
Kalunde?
Yes.
Sorry, my sister. Can you please share the slides, because we're getting a response from our student that they don't see what you are presenting.
Is it not shared?
No, my sister. If you could please share your presentation, we'll really appreciate that. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so far into my presentation and you can't see what I'm talking about. So I apologize. Okay, where was I? I was here. Can you see? Can you see
Not
Mr. Mapsala?
Not yet. I just see yourself.
Okay, let me try again. Is it coming?
Yeah, it's coming. I can be able to see. Yeah, it's coming, my sister.
Oh, okay. All right. Apologies about that, not being able to see.
No, we understand.
Okay,
No
so this is where I was with the BA Communication Sciences, the compulsory modules and the electives from the specified groups B and C. It's structured, you can't change it. So you do the curriculum as is. And then for the unstructured, which is the BA General 99311. So for this qualification, where we say you can build up your own curriculum, by that we mean you can choose your own majors for the curriculum, 2 majors, and then you build it up in terms of the electives that you want. And then you can see that for the first level, you need to have fundamental modules, which are compulsory to be part of the qualification. You need to have 5 fundamental modules for this qualification, and then you can move on to having your majors. This is an example of a student that would major in criminology and psychology. So you will have 2 psychology majors, which are compulsory, 2 modules for psychology, 2 modules for psychology on the first for criminology on the first level, and then you will have 2 electives from the group AJ. So where you can choose your modules, how you can combine your majors and all of that is on the UNISA website. There's a document there that spells out everything perfectly on where you can get your fundamentals, which groupings you should choose from. So all of this information is readily available for you guys. But like I said in the beginning of this presentation, that you can also contact the College of Human Sciences, the help desk, for us to assist you with any qualifications that you might, with any questions that you might have, and then we'll take it from there. And then in terms of registration, the first semester registration closed on the 14th of February 2002. And then at that point, students will be temporarily registered. And then for you to have your registration activated, you would need to make a payment by the 25th of February 2022, which is tomorrow. And then we will have second semester registrations also this year that will start on the 20th of June until the 18th of July 2022. And then year module registrations will close on the 7th of March 2022. So a student may register for a maximum of 5 modules per semester, making it 10 modules for the academic year. But should you be in your final year, final semester, and then you probably have 7 modules outstanding to complete your qualification, the university makes provision for you to complete these modules. But you can do this through applying through the DSARO6 form, okay? It's only if you've got 7 modules left. So if you've got 8 and 9, we can assist. You'll have to register for the following semester. And then if you have now registered, but you now want to cancel your registration for some modules, you've changed your mind, maybe you won't be able to cope with the workload, you want to cancel some modules, you've got the option to do that within the 10-day cooling off period from when your registration has been activated. But then after that, should you come back and want to cancel a module, after the 10-day cooling off period, then you will have to forfeit some of some of the fees that you have paid for your registration, but it's the cancellation policy is also readily available. We don't hit students with surprises. Everything is there. And then we advise students not to submit a cancellation request through your MyUnisa portal if you are not sure, because once you click submit and you cancel, that is irreversible. We won't be able to change. Okay, and then in terms of credits and exemptions, only students that have already registered for the academic year will be able to apply for exemptions. Exemptions of modules will only be granted if it satisfies the syllabus of the module offered at UNISA and if there is sufficient overlap between the two modules. So in order for you to apply for exemptions, you need to go onto My UNISA, click My Admin, Student Admin, and then apply for exemptions. You can only apply for exemptions for a maximum of 50 credits, not more than that. Okay, so from an incomplete qualification, you may apply for modules to be exempted in accordance to the exemption policy. So this is if you have another qualification that you've started somewhere else and now you want to come to UNISA and you want to kind of bring together your qualification, you can apply for exemptions to get those credits moved to this other qualification that you're completing with UNISA. Okay, and then this was just a brief overview of what we do and assist you with as the College of Human Sciences Help Desk. These are the email addresses. Should you need assistance with assignments, that's the email address there, exams, registration, and issues with your MyUnisa, MyLife technical queries, those are the email addresses there. And then for the CHS help desk, it's chs@unisa.ac.za. You send an email there, and then we'll get back to you and provide you with information with whatever inquiry that you may have. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Ngabinde, for insightful presentation. We really appreciate that. Indeed, it was very much insightful. I would like to ask our students, well, is the presenters are doing presentation, take your pens and your your books, write down the points so that when we arrive to question and answer session, we are well prepared. So I would like to advise you that each and every time when the presenter make a presentation, please make sure that you write down so that you can note all your points. You don't forget them. But also more importantly, I see Ms. Ngabinde left some contact details there. Don't hesitate to utilize them. We are here for you. Take them so that whenever you experience a particular challenge, then we can be able to write email and call us so that we can be able to assist you. Without wasting time, I'll go to the sixth item, of which is going to deal with the student registration matters, which the presentation is going to be presented by Ms. Bhima Lebu from DSAR, Directorate for Student Admission and Registration. Over to you, Ms. Malevu. You can just raise your hand if okay. I can see you, my sister. I can see you. Over to you. Over to you. Share your presentation if you do have that presentation, so that our student can be able to see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. Good morning, students. Good morning, colleagues from the academic department, and all those who are from other support departments. Mine will be very, very simple, seeing that the previous presenter has already done most of my job as the registration officer. What I wanted to highlight is that when we speak of registration, that is when the student has chosen the modules, correctly so, and paid the minimum amount required. That is the only time when registration takes place. We do have opening dates for our registrations. We have closing dates for our registrations. Some of you might have been registered for the first semester only for now. Be mindful that the second semester registrations will be open sometime in June. You have to go check on our website the registration dates for opening as well as for closing. Also note that registration dates and payment dates may differ. We normally extend the payment date, but the registration date, if we say we have closed for registration, we have closed. But if we say you may still continue to pay, then you can pay after having done your temporary registration online. There are registration rules, dear students. You will have to know how many modules you are supposed to register per semester or per year, or the credit weight of your modules per semester or per year. When you exceed the number of prescribed modules that you have to register, your registration won't be real-time registration. And this disadvantages you in that your registration will have to come to the queue. It will go right at the back of the queue, where you might find that we already have 80,000 emails or registration forms, and you may be registered at a late stage. So it is imperative that you familiarize yourselves with the registration rules whenever you register. And for your continued registration with the university,
sorry, Ms. Malevo. Just to ask, we don't see the presentation being shared. You don't mind to share it if you do have it, but if you don't have it, you can just present verbally. So, but we just want to ask if you have it, you can share it.
No, it's only in point form. It doesn't. It is not elaborative.
Okay, no problem. No, let's proceed. No problem.
All right. You have to, for your continued registration with the university, you have to be mindful of the rule which says you have to pass 3 semester modules in your first year of registrations per year, in that year. And then subsequent to that, 4 modules have to be passed yearly so that you do not face exclusion from the university. We also have our cancellation rules. We have a 10-day business cooling off period. Initially, they just said 10 days cooling off period, meaning we were even counting the weekends. But there are updated rules that came to our attention on yesterday, yes, that it is now cooling off period, business cooling off period. In this period, you may cancel your studies or your modules. There will be a drop-down list where you will have to click, why are you canceling your studies? Within that period, you get a full refund. However, if you come and cancel at a much later date, you will have to forfeit the money. The rules will be under the finance guidelines. They have all your rules where financial matters are concerned and where cancellations are concerned. And while we're talking about registrations, we have curriculum knowledge that has to be adhered to. Students, please ensure that you open your chosen qualification, you go through it. Mem Timkulu did mention the BA General. I will also go back to the BA General. For instance, the BA General has 2 majors. Therefore, you have to know that which majors do I really want? What is my career path? Your career path will enable you to choose correctly which measures you need to take. And as soon as you have chosen your measures, you check on the brochure, the first level thereof. How many modules are there that I'm supposed to take? Fundamental modules are also very imperative. Those modules are compulsory for your qualification. Then we have elective modules. Whenever you choose elective modules, my advice is choose elective modules that will add value to your majors. Don't choose electives just for the sake of choosing. Ensure that these will be supplementing your major subjects. We have prerequisites as we register. Prerequisites means the student has to pass this module before registering for the other one. There's a pre and a follow-on. We also have core requisites. Core requisites mean you have to register these 2 modules simultaneously. So if you do your registration online and you do not choose the core requisite of the other module, that registration might not go through. It will give you an error message. Please be mindful of the error messages, because these messages are showing you or alerting you to what has to be done from your side. Because if it comes to us, we are not going to be able to choose for you. We will now have to send an email to you. And the to and fro, the back and forth, disadvantages you in that you start learning quite late and you have to rush through your schoolwork. We don't want that to happen. And if you are from, now we're talking about exemptions, if you are from a recognized institution of higher learning and have passed certain modules which you feel are similar to any that are offered in your chosen qualification, you may apply for exemptions. Note that we do not process exemptions at the beginning of registration. So the onus lies upon you to choose what you feel will be the follow-on modules. You will not be repeating what you might get as an exemption. We only do exemptions after we have finalized all our registrations and we have also finalized our audits for those students who are exiting. Also note that, this is my last point, there is no concurrent registration permissible, meaning you may not register at UNISA for a qualification and go to UP and register for another qualification. That is not permissible. Please, students, whenever you go through your curriculum, do not panic. Come to our registration halls. Even at Regions, we do have people sitting there. Here in Gauteng, you go to Sunnyside, you go to Florida, you go to Joburg, Davidton. Please try and go to those people. Don't come in and say, I don't know what am I supposed to choose. Come in and say, this is what I have gone through. Can you please advise me if I'm still on the right track? Thank you. That would be all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a detailed presentation. Ms. Malevo, we really appreciate the presentation. It was very much detailed, and we really appreciate it. You can still remain with us because the student will be asking questions in the part 2 of our agenda. Therefore, you are encouraged to remain with us. Thank you very much. You can just switch off your video. Thank you, everyone. Let's proceed with our agenda. We go to the 7th item on the agenda, of which is an overview of studying at UNISA. It will be a presentation provided by Ms. Fabiana from Student Retention Unit. Over to you, Ms. Fabiana. You may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it. It just might take a while. Please allow me to greet everyone. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. The students of UNISA, welcome to the 2022 academic year. My name is Zianga Febana, and I will be presenting to you on the Student Retention Unit. I'll tell you about the UNISA first year experience and also
sorry, Ms. Fabana. Sorry. Can you hear me? There's some toxic background from yourself. Can you please just perhaps make sure that you sit well, and because we are unable to hear you.
Services that are provided by the student retention. Let's start with the first year experience, which I'll abbreviate as FYE.
Ms. Faban.
Institution we value at UNISA and wish it to be one. It is a function to have it here. Yes.
Ms. Fabana.
Yes. Can you?
No, we didn't hear you in the initial slides. Can you please? There were some toxic background from yourself. Can you please just try to at least? I'm not sure. Just sort it out because we didn't hear you correctly. But you can try. You can give it a try now.
Okay, I've moved positions right now, and I've also restarted my router. Can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Perfect. I'll be sharing my screen. Can you please confirm that you are able to see my screen?
Yes, perfect, my sister. Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Apologies for that. My name is Zianda Fibana. I'm a student success practitioner at the Student Retention Unit, and our main focus is to make your first year experience a successful one. And I'll tell you how in terms of the roles and the services that we provide at the Student Retention Unit. Our first year experience aims to extend support to students entering UNISA for the first time. We do this by providing essential information during crucial points in the study journey. We do understand that transitioning from different universities or from high school into an ODEL setting might be overwhelming for all of us, especially for first-time students. Therefore, we at the Student Retention Unit dedicate our time to make sure that your first-year experience is a successful one. These following are the programs that we offer to ensure just that. We have the FYE support site, the FYE MOOCs, the FYE broadcast, FYE communication, and the mailbox. Now let's start with the support side. Above you'll see the website, which is www.unisa.ac.za/FYE. Now this website was created to bridge the gap between students and administrative staff, academic staff, by providing information that is related to one, online student orientation. So if you go to the site, you'll be able to access this information at any point that you feel that you need to familiarize yourself again with the ODEL structure, the support services that are offered by the institution. We also have in the site support services that are available to all UNISA students. Now, this includes all first-year experience-related information on all the various services that are provided to first-time entering students. The website is updated on a regular basis, so please jot it down and make sure that you do visit this website. We move over to the FYE MOOC. As many of the first-year students that are entering UNISA for the first time would be aware that they were prompted to complete the FYE MOOC. The FYE MOOC was developed so that it prepares students and orientates them and familiarizes them with the UNISA environment. We do know that the ODEL environment is a different environment, and therefore students need to equip themselves so that they become successful first-year students all the way to graduation. Our FYE MOOC has two MOOCs, which is the FYE 101. It's called Is UNISA for Me? Basically to prepare you for the UNISA environment. Now, this was completed during the registration period. We also would have during the year an FYE 1500. This MOOC is designed so that you are always familiar with the UNISA environment. So there you'll get sessions that look at how do you use my UNISA. It gives you orientation to the library. It also has information on student affairs services, where you'll find information, for instance, about the SRC. You can also equip yourself as a UNISA student on digital literacy skills, numeracy skills, study skills, so that you become a successful UNISA student, and also academic literacy skills that we know are essential for a successful academic year. We also have broadcasts. What are broadcasts, you may ask? Broadcasts are recordings that are shared with students online, and these broadcasts covers various topics that are related to your first year of studies. Now, these topics include time management skills that become a successful student, learning how to navigate my UNISA and library services, how to prepare for your assessments, assignments, and exam, how do you access e-tutors, and also other various topics. And one that we found was beneficial during the year when the COVID-19 pandemic started was how to deal with mental health, wellness, and also how to cope in such uncertain times that we live in. These topics are broadcasted with academics and support staff, as well as guest speakers who are professional in their field. As the SRU, we also communicate with our students. We can understand that as a UNISA student, it's very easy to be overwhelmed and feel that you are one student in a million. Therefore, we have the FYE communication, and this serves to encourage students and know that you are not alone in your journey of studies. The emails cover various topics such as how do you prepare, again, for assessment, exams, what student support is available at UNISA, and also we aim to constantly motivate you, and we know studying at an ODL institution, you will need the constant motivation to know that you can succeed, and we're with you all the way. But to get these emails from the Student Retention Unit, please make sure that you claim your My Life email address to receive these emails. These emails are sent to your MyLife address after registration. And lastly, we also have a mailbox, which is fye@unisa.ac.za. In this, we aim to be the bridge. We are a retention unit, we're support staff, so therefore we would receive the queries, we'll make the necessary referral to the different departments and academics by contacting them and getting the information from you, and we aim to respond to students with a referral or answer to their query. We do want to request that students be clear when they're sending their emails. Make sure that you have all your details in the email and also perhaps a contact number so that we can make a follow-up. We'd like to thank you for your time this morning. We wish you a successful 2022 and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Fabana from Student Retention Unit. We really appreciate the detailed presentation. Indeed, it is one of those presentations that add values to our first-time students. And I think they are here, they are listening. They will be able to raise questions. On the item, we go to student support for students living with disabilities. I would like to call upon Mr. Pinguna from ACSUIT to come and share with us as to what are the initiatives, activities from ACSUIT that they are doing to ensure that they support our students living with disabilities. We are inclusive college. We don't isolate students because there are circumstances, and therefore we're inclusive university. That is why we have a dedicated office under the Dean of Students that deals with students living with disabilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkuna. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Program Director, and good morning to our students, who are the most important stakeholders of the university. My name is Pinchas Nkuna from the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities. As our Program Director mentioned, we are inclusive. It's upon this that you can see the sign language interpreter interpreting for our deaf and hard of hearing students on your screen. The Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, which is known as ACSUIT, assists students with disabilities to complete application for registration, also advise students to complete special assistant form. One may ask, what is special assistant form? The special assistant form is a form that is completed by students who require reasonable accommodation. Just to give an example, if the student is blind, will require study material in Braille, the student is required to complete that form. Maybe other students may ask, why do I have to complete the form if you know that I'm blind? The university does not apply the one-size-fits-all approach, because you may present the same, 3 students may present the same disability, only to find that their needs are different, especially those who are born with disabilities and those who acquired the disability late in their lives. We also convert study material into various formats to accommodate the different needs of our students, which include Braille, large print, and audio. We also provide sign language interpretation services as and when required. Provide inputs to my UNISA and my life to ensure access for students with disabilities. Assist our lecturers with conversion of answer scripts in cases whereby students submitted in alternative formats. We established and launched multi-purpose computer labs for students with disabilities in different regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that these labs are fully equipped with access technology to cover the diverse needs of students with disabilities. In the spirit of nothing about us without us, which is an intentional slogan for persons with disabilities, we established regional forums and an association for students with disabilities to ensure that students with disabilities have a voice in matters that affects them. We also provide training and orientation. One will ask, what is orientation in mobility? Orientation in mobility is provided to blind and partial sighted students in response to their specific needs. Just to explain the role of this orientation in mobility, from time to time, you will see persons using a white cane or holding a cane, using it to maneuver. The student can only use the cane after receiving the training on orientation in mobility. We transcribe assignments for students submitted in alternative formats. We also request concessions with regard to extensions of assignments. Fellow students, by so doing, we don't encourage laziness. We appeal to you to always try to meet the deadlines as prescribed by your lecturers. The extension of assignments is only extended for students who have challenges regarding their disabilities or medical conditions. And I must emphasize that whenever a student requests an extension, we will need evidence to ensure that no one is cheating the system, because in the past we've realized that students try to cheat the system. We also assist students to apply for special examination arrangements. Seeing that students with disabilities have diverse needs, others may require special exam arrangements, including doing their exams orally on Teams. And also, some students may require extra time, depending on their needs. In cases whereby the assessment that is prescribed for that particular qualification does not meet the needs of a particular group of students, we advocate for alternative assessments to ensure that no student is sidelined. We also advise our examination department to consider students with disabilities when allocating resources. In collaboration with the Student Funding Office, we assist students with disabilities to apply for financial assistance, which caters for their tuition fees, prescribed books, assistive devices such as laptop with screen readers for blind students, laptop with text magnification software for partially sighted students, motorized wheelchairs for quadriplegic students and amputees, manual wheelchairs for paraplegic students, including digital recorders and hearing aids for deaf and hard of hearing students as per their needs, because not every student who has hearing impairment will need a hearing aid. And we also assist with payment for sign language interpretation, including human support. And one may ask, what is this human support? The bursary has an allocation in cases whereby a student needs human support. Just to give an example, a student who's quadriplegic is a student who's paralyzed from the neck downwards. The student from time to time will need somebody to support him when they are studying. Therefore, this allocation can be used to pay the person who's providing the support to the student or pushing the student around. And also, if a student is deaf, the student can apply for these funds to pay for sign language interpretation services, just to mention a few. And we encourage all funded students with disabilities to apply for laptops with accessible screen readers. We assist students also to ensure that those who need prescribed books in alternative formats will liaise with publishers both locally and internationally to ensure that students receive these prescribed books in electronic format. In order for students to receive these books, you'll be required to send us an email, and therefore we'll send you a declaration form that you'll use this book only for your studies. You won't copy and open your own Pasa shop and sell them to your friends. We conduct advocacy campaigns to continue raising awareness about the needs of students with disabilities and services available in the institution. Training and development of our staff members to keep abreast with disability-related matters. We also provide support to our graduation office to ensure that if it's a graduation ceremony where there's a student with disability who requires reasonable accommodation, we ensure that this is provided. Just to give an example, if the student who will be graduating is deaf, we ensure that there's a sign language interpreter so that you can follow through. And if there's a student who's blind, we also convert the program into the format of the student's choice. It could be Braille and audio, depending on your needs, or DAISY. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge all students to join hands against the prejudice that constitute the biggest barrier against students with disabilities. It is important for students to disclose their disabilities, because as ACSWIT, while we respect your right to disclose or not to disclose your disability, please know that students who does not disclose their disabilities may not receive or demand reasonable accommodation from the university, because we won't be aware of your individual needs. As I said earlier, disabilities are not always visible. We have different forms of disabilities. Just to give an example of a disability that is not visible, dyslexia is one of those. Without the student disclosing the disability, you won't know if they have a disability. It is therefore important that you always disclose your disability. We have two forms of persons with disabilities, those who are born with and those who acquire disabilities. And those who acquire disabilities during the duration of their studies are encouraged to disclose so that they can receive reasonable accommodation. And we can assure you that when you disclose your disability to the university, your information is kept confidential, and there are services that will provide to you to ensure that your study becomes enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, ACSWIT staff members comprises of persons who were born with disabilities and those who acquire disabilities in their lifetime. As a result, it is important for you to talk to us because we have first-hand experience of disabilities. We are also aware of students who are reluctant to disclose their status due to fear of stigma and victimization, especially students who are new in the world of disability. Fellow students, please feel free to disclose your disability. No one will victimize you. The university always protects its students. In terms of terminology, I'd like to provide you with a few tips. It is important to always see the student first before the disability, or the person first before the disability. Don't refer to the student or to a fellow student as a disabled student. It's a student with a disability. The student first, the disability after, or a person with a disability. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time, we hear students addressing students with disabilities as normal students. If you say normal students, what do you imply to students with disabilities? Which means you say students with disabilities are normal. Please refrain from doing that. We are all normal in different ways. In terms of the etiquette, it is important that whenever you feel like you want to assist a person who's on a wheelchair or a person with a disability, first talk to the person, find out if they need assistance. Just to give an example, for wheelchair users, when they are wheeling themselves or they are pushing themselves, they sit in a particular position. And when they are pushed by somebody else, they adjust to a position. Because if you just grab the wheelchair and push the person without them knowing, they may fall. And again, when you come across a blind person or your fellow blind student, don't just grab their arm and move them along without asking if they need assistance. You may find that when you grab them, they'll immediately think that I'm being mugged or I'm being robbed. Then they'll fight you very hard. It is therefore important that we talk to each other. And please do not pet a guide dog. Do not shout when communicating to a deaf person. Simply look direct to the person and communicate to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give you the contact details of the ACT office for the benefit of students who are blind and partially sighted or those with learning disabilities. I'll read them loud. To contact the academic support officer, send an email to gunapj@unisa.ac.za. For students who need accessible study material and advice on access technology, please send an email to moodld@unisa.ac.za. Those who require sign language interpretation services, please send an email to mabas@unisa.ac.za. For orientation and mobility, please send an email to cg@unisa.ac.za. And any inquiries regarding bursaries and assistive devices, please send an email to mash@wmm. For other inquiries, you can send an email to acsuite@unisa.ac.za. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to leave you with a quote by Thomas Edison. Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Nkuna. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I think you provided clarity in terms of how we should pronounce student with disability and how we should interact with them. I learned, I must confess, I listened attentively to the presentation with the direct interest to exactly hear what are the initiatives in your office. And I must confess that indeed you are doing a great job together with your colleagues. Keep it up with the service that you are providing to our our students with disabilities. We now go to library services. Ms. Signolo from library. If you are here, please just raise your hand so that we can then get the opportunity to proceed with your presentation. As I see you, over to you, my sister. Thank you. Just mute yourself. Mute yourself, Ms. Signolo. Can you hear me, Ms. Signolo? We just see the screen of your, is it desktop or your laptop? Just mute yourself, my sister, and you proceed. It seems as if Ms. Signolo has some difficulties. Can you hear me, Ms. Signolo? Please, Mr. David, can you just please liaise with her so that we can be able to assist her? I see she is here, but she seems having some trouble in terms of muting herself and sharing the presentation.
All right, I'll share it from my side. So once she rejoins, then she can present.
Okay, no, let's just at least 1 minute.
Program Director, as soon as I see she's joined, then I'll share from my side.
Okay, or can try to get hold of her. Let me try to, from my side also, to contact her because she was here. Don't know what happened. Yes. Thank you, Debza. I see there is a video here of Seswin. Are you standing for Miss Signolo?
No, I'm interpreter. I just want to be visible, and then so that I can help.
So you can no.
But the way in thing, I cannot see myself. And then I cannot interpret well. I do not see myself.
Oh, so I think you need to liaise with Mr. David so that they can assist you.
I think try to stand closer to your device.
Technology is not okay on the side. I don't know it's me or...
Just mute yourself and communicate with him at the background. Yeah, Miss Signolo, are you here? I spoke to you telephonically. You said you are the system kicked you out. Are you here now, my sister? I would like to apologize for this technical problem. Miss Signolo was here. I contacted her telephonically. She says the system kicked her out when she tried to log in again. I'm not sure what might be the problem. So I would like to just at least just another 2 minutes again. You just play a music for us so that we allow her to come in again. If she doesn't, then we'll proceed with the program. Then she will come and present later. So because we don't want to keep our students in waiting. Thank you. Miss Signolo, can we hear us? Are you back? Hey, it seems as if she's still struggling to connect. Miss Signolo, are you here? Yes, Prof. Sarome.
She has requested that we move on because she's struggling at the moment. Apologies. We hope that she will rejoin. She will definitely present before the program is over. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Prof. Sarome. Now we move on, and I would like to apologize to our students on behalf of Ms. Signolo. You know, these things of devices, they give us some problems. It was not intentional. It was just a technical issue. Let's proceed with our program. We were supposed to have a short break after presentation of Ms. Signolo. Just want to check with Dr. Paul Charles if he's ready with the presentation for resilience coaching, CEO of Resilience Coaching International. If Dr. Paul, you are here, you can give a direction if you are comfortable to do your presentation now. Then we'll take a break after your 30 minutes of your presentation.
Ready.
Yeah? Who's ready, Lerato?
No, it's Miss Signolo, but you can continue.
No, I can see. Sesi Mukhadi, you are here.
Can I connect?
Yeah, we can connect, and so that we can proceed, my sister.
Sorry about that. It's just it shuts off all the time. So here's my presentation. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, we are able to see it. You can then proceed, my sister. No problem.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very sorry about these technical issues. Thank you, Dr. Mabusela. Good morning, colleagues, fellow UNISA students, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mukhadi Signolo. I'm the branch librarian based at the Mekrunek Library. And with me today, I'm with Ms. Trifina Muiketsi to assist us mainly with the Q&A from the chat. However, we have a dedicated team of librarians who are available to assist you. Welcome to the largest academic library in Africa, the UNISA Library. For you to be successful, I would encourage you to be friends of the library throughout the duration of your studies. Library orientation provides you with information on how to access the library services, electronic resources, the collections of the UNISA Library. Please bear in mind that throughout this presentation, I will be referring to all branches and regional libraries of UNISA as UNISA Library. UNISA libraries are found in all regional offices of UNISA. If the UNISA Library or if the regional library of UNISA does not have a book or any material that you are requiring or asking, the regional librarian will be able to request that material from the main library so that you can be assisted with your request. UNISA Library consists of 13 branches across the country, including one in Ethiopia. As you are requested or expected to carry your student card, to carry out your library access card when visiting any of the UNISA library in person. Your library access card is the same as your student card. You can access resources from all the regional branches of UNISA and also online. The UNISA branches and regional libraries are as follows: one in Cape Town, KZN, we've got one in Durban and Pietermaritzburg, East London, Port Elizabeth, Florida,
And please note that Florida Campus Library is currently closed due to the renovations, but students are encouraged or can use the Johannesburg Library or any of the nearest regional libraries. We've got one in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Polokwane, Pretoria Campus, the Meklunek one. And the next slide, we've got Rustenburg. The next slide, please. Nelspruit, Graduate Study of Business, SBL, and Sunnyside. Next slide. Next slide, please. Currently, there are 2 mobile libraries, one in Polokwane in the Limpopo region and one in Paro in the Western Cape region. In the next slide, we saw that the mobile library bus service are currently suspended due to COVID until further notice. Next slide, please. Let's look at our current library hours. Libraries open at 7:45 to 16 hours, Mondays to Fridays. 8 o'clock to 16 hours on Saturdays, but currently the Saturday slot is closed. Open in December from Monday to Friday, from 8 to London, and closed in all public holidays, including the Saturdays in December, and also between Christmas and New Year. Let's look at the collection that the library has. We've got study collection, we've got journal collections, audiovisual collections, open shelf or research reference, archives and special collections, and please note that the archives and special collection only available at the Muklunek campus. Now, as we move to the next slide, let's look at where do we begin in all of this. You have to be at the university website, www.unisa.ac.za, and then you'll see the library link there. You click on the library, and then in the next slide, and you have to land yourself in this page, which is the next slide, please. And that is the page, the library page where everything begins. That's where, if you're looking for articles, books, or any other information that you want to look to search for, you should be on this page. Next slide, please. You have to claim your library password, which is your MyUnisa and your MyLife. MyLife is mainly for your official emails that you correspond with your lecturers throughout your studies. I'm sure later on, some of my colleagues will get more into details and explain how it works. And the MyUnisa, in terms of the library, you will be prompted to put in that password when requesting books or when renewing books. So you must bear in mind and know the MyUnisa password, which will be the same as your MyLife password. The next slide, please. The library services, and we use the Anchor Quick and Easy Search, which is an in-house federated search engine that searches across all multiple databases via one search interface. The databases searched by this Anchor Duet includes the library catalog and a selection of the major subjects databases to which the library subscribes. But please note that an Anchor search will not encompass all the resources that you subscribe to or the library provides to. You can also access the UNISA library catalog on AirPack. That means this one is a mobile application. It's a software application designed to run on smartphones, tablets, and other mobile devices. It is accessible on a mobile phone, tablet, or other mobile device anywhere on the go. Next slide, please. The electronic reserves, which you normally refer to as e-reserves, are materials prescribed or recommended for your course by your lecturer. It includes journal articles, law cases, chapters from books. And the electronic reserves You can access it by the course code or the title. But please know that you need an Adobe Reader to view recommended materials in PDF format. In the next slide, how do we then borrow and request these materials? As first-year students, you are regarded as undergraduate student and you are entitled up to 8 items, including audiovisual, for 21 working days. As you move on with your studies, you become a postgraduate student, you are entitled up to 16 items for 42 working days. And for short learning course, it's only 4 items. But please note that loan periods differ according to the type of the library material, whether items were issued by post or being borrowed in person. After borrowing these materials, how do they then deliver it to you? How do you get those books, those devices that you requested? UNISA Library uses 3 ways to deliver your requested books or devices. The first one is South African Post Office, but that you can also track the status of your parcel via My UNISA. The second way is you can use any of the UNISA partner libraries, which you can get the list from the library website. And the third way is it can be couriered to a preferred address, but please note that only available, this service is only available to students with disabilities. As we move on to the next slide, how do you then extend a period of loan? Say you have been using these books and you haven't managed to finish reading. You can renew your library material in the following ways: online via the ENCO catalog, via your mobile device, via the library app, telephonically using the number that appears on the screen, or at your nearest by visiting your nearest branch library. But please note that renewals will not be granted if there is a hold on the item or if there is an outstanding library fine. Only 2 renewals are allowed online, and failing which, items that cannot be renewed must be returned to the library immediately. How do you then return the library materials back to the library after use? Library material may be returned in person at the main campus Muklinek Library or at the branch libraries, as I've indicated to you, the ones that are nearest to you. And as the last resort, you can post the material back using the PO Box address that is indicated there, PO Box 392 UNISA 0003, using the UNISA library. Books that cannot, and for using the postal address, I must say it comes at your own cost. Books can also be returned using the self-check-in machines that are available at the library entrance, but please make sure you keep the receipt safe. But just to indicate to you that currently these machines are not working. Therefore, you are liable for the cost of returning library material via the post if you do not return library material on time, which is the date that has been stamped in your book. Books may not be posted in the assignment boxes. All audiovisual material should be returned in separate parcels that are clearly marked for attention audiovisual collection. Now, as we move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. The students, one of the values that is required to observe copyright and plagiarism is that the university views acts of copyright infringement and plagiarism as a serious offense. All academic work, written or otherwise, submitted by a student, it is expected to be the result of your own work. Plagiarism, as we know it or are aware of, is the act of taking words, ideas, and thoughts of others and presenting it as your own. It is a form of theft which involves a number of dishonest academic activities. Now let's look at how the university prevents plagiarism. You are advised as a student to study the disciplinary code that appears in Study at UNISA brochure, especially Chapter 3, 1.19. Please go through, read the university policy on copyright infringement and plagiarism to familiarize yourself with this, because you must use the information ethically for all your written assignments and research projects. The ethical use of information does not only reflect integrity, but it is also mandated. This makes you your study in a serious instances which may be or fine. So we move on to the next the next slide. Slide. I'm not sure if you are also experiencing next slide.
Miss
Anyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Miss Signol. We see the slide here.
It's not moving.
Containing the contact details of.
I'm looking for my next slide.
Yes,
this is just online. There's an online video that is available on the YouTube, and it's being updated at the moment. However, you can find us on the university website of the library. You can also find us on the library mobile app, which is downloadable from iStore or Google Play. And you can follow us on Facebook and on Twitter. And you are able to get the up-to-date information about library services on the library guides that are available on subject-specific guides, which provide you with more of your studies and research. As I conclude, in the next slide, please note that more detailed hands-on training are scheduled and conducted virtually, but now that the country is on level 1 of lockdown, maybe the face-to-face training may be considered and resumed. Please visit the library website under training and check the training schedule and for more information. The library has millions of resources available in ebook format, and you are therefore not limited to just the physical buildings only. Feel free to visit any UNISA library branch by logging in online anytime, anywhere, 24/7. Thank you for listening. We look forward to be of service to you. And remember, you may not have got everything that we have shared with you today, but that is why we are available. We are here for you. We are available should you need any further assistance. Happy reading and best of luck with your studies. And thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Sesi Mukhadi. Thank you very much for the presentation, a very detailed one. We really appreciate your presentation. At least you survive against all the technical problems. I think this is one of the facility, library service is one of the facility in the institution that provide a significant importance to the enhancement of our academic studies. I think students need to take note and use this facility to the betterment of their studies. It will help them a lot, especially in terms of sourcing knowledge, sourcing prescribed materials. I think our students need to use these facilities. One of the most important facility that can make you to excel into your studies as a student. Don't hesitate, contact them. I know they are always readily available to provide support to you students. I don't want to give you a speech or a lecture, but when we come to services to our students, I have a conviction to speak almost the whole day. We are now going to take a 10 minutes, strictly 10-minute break. At 11 o'clock, we'll be continuing with our program, welcoming our guest speaker. So I would like to advise you to go and drink water because the guest speaker that will be welcoming at 11 o'clock is going to provide much detailed and motivation to you students. So don't go anywhere. Please remain, go just drink water for 10 minutes and come back exactly at 10 o'clock. Sister, well, you can hit us with a song there, even if it is Amapiano, will be greatly happy. Thank you.
You just wanna be a player, you just wanna settle down. Feeling like I'm messed up, feeling dressed up. Pushing, shouting, begging, calling. I just want you there, baby, yeah. I just wanna be faithful, get everything paid for. Baby, you are the one. You're my love, please don't baby. Still drive me so crazy. It's not that I don't care. You let me be right there. I just wanna be faithful, get everything paid for. Baby, you are the one. You're my love, please don't baby. Still drive me so crazy. It's not that I don't care. You let me be right there. You told me that you were sorry. I believe you know the story. Gonna put you in my past. Love ain't gonna last. This illusion got these guys. You're so weak. Seems so deep. But never surprised when you don't understand me. I just wanna be faithful. Everything faithful. Baby, you are the one. You are, you are. And I love you so, baby. Still drive me so crazy. It's not that I don't care. You let me be right there. I When I go down,
Great colleagues, I don't know if I'm audible and you can see me. I don't see myself here. David, can you see me?
I'm Malefe. No, it's like, I'm not sure what's happening.
Hello, David.
Hi, Malefe, can you hear me? Malefe?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you perhaps activate my video that side?
It is activated. We can see, well, we're seeing something. I'm not sure what is going on.
Okay, let me try to do this.
Your sound is coming through clear.
Hello, everyone. This is Professor Salrombe. Apologies, I'm just going to step in because our program directors are having some technicalities there, but nevertheless, the program will continue. And at this moment in time, I'd just like to thank each and every one of you for returning after the break. I can see we are 400 plus here. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us today. And today, as you can see, in our program, we have invited a guest speaker who is currently, you can see him there, and he goes by the name of Dr. Paul Charles. And we want to thank Dr. Paul Charles for joining us. He is the co-founder of Resilience Coaching International and director of Resilient Learning. He is the author of the online course on transition to tertiary, which is also known as TTT, and multiple coaching courses related to education, family, and business. Paul Charles is also a certified ethics officer and qualified business rescue coach. He is happily married to a wonderful wife for 28 years and has 2 young adult children who are also pursuing higher education. He holds a Bachelor of Theology degree, a master's degree in education, and most recently, he earned the degree of Doctor of Psychology from the European International University. He is passionate about inspiring people to discover their calling in life and help them to pivot for excellence, personally, professionally, and relationally. We are going to share the website details in the chat so that you can learn more about what he does. But first of all, we just want to thank you, Dr. Charles, for joining us today, and we look forward to listening to you. And I hope that each and every person here will get something which will help us to, in our study course, even those of us who are working, to excel at all that we want to do. Welcome. It is over to you.
Thank you very much. I just need confirmation that you can see and hear me. Is that fine?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I want to thank you very much for the privilege you've given me to address the students of UNISA and to those faculty and staff, and if there's any administrators during this important orientation meeting. I don't count it as just another assignment. I'm very excited, and I'm hoping that at the end of this presentation, you will discover that there is very little different between each of us, and also discover that anything is possible, especially in academics, if we apply our mind to it. I want to share with you the breakdown of my presentation. I'm going to share with you this presentation that I'm going to make is going to be divided into 5 parts. So you need to listen carefully, and you'll be able to identify which part I am at, and you'll also know when I'm coming to a close. I've been given 30 minutes, so I'm hoping to finish within that 30 minutes. The first thing that I'm going to share with you is the question, or the answer to the question, why I, as an individual, am invested in inspiring young people towards graduation. Number 2, you're going to hear in this presentation that I will highlight a problem. Number 3, I will provide a solution. Number 4, I'm going to close with a narrative. And then number 5, I'm going to make an appeal. So these are the breakdown of the presentation today, the 5 parts. I'm going to tell you why I am invested in inspiring young people towards graduation. I'm going to highlight a problem, provide a solution, close with a narrative, and make an appeal. So let's get straight into it. Why am I invested in inspiring young people towards graduation? You need to know that I am a father. Besides being a professional, besides being a husband, besides being an author and all the other things that were mentioned, I am a father. I have 2 young adult children. When my children were in primary school, I studied and I did research on how I can help and partner with the teacher in the classroom so that my children would receive maximum benefit. So you'll discover that the teachers of my children and I, we were in connection with each other. And my children were not too excited in the beginning that I knew their teachers so well. When my children, my daughter more especially, because she finished high school first, when she was in matric, I realized that soon, in a few months' time, she is going to transition into tertiary. She's going to study in university. And I wanted to prepare her for that transition. Now, I've had a look at the comments in the chats. And in the chat in this meeting, I noticed one person commented that they are feeling overwhelmed with all the information, and the information is so much, and you can hear the sense of being uncertain about the future. And this is the kind of thing I anticipated my children to experience. And that's the reason why I designed the course, Transitioning to Tertiary, to help my children transition well from high school into university, which is where you are at the moment. And I didn't want them just to transition. I wanted them to excel in their studies. And the course that I designed, I made it available to everyone for absolutely free. It's called Transitioning to Tertiary, TTT, and you can check it out on the website resilientlearning.co.za. So why am I invested in inspiring young people towards graduation? Because my very own children are in tertiary education at the moment. So while I speak to you, it's as if I'm speaking to my own children whom I want to see excel and to graduate. There is a difference between teaching someone what to learn and also teaching someone how to learn. In university or in college, etc., your professors will teach you what to learn. You need to learn this stuff. You need to know how to apply it in different circumstances so that you can answer and respond to questions based on what you are taught. So professors in the classroom and professors in universities will teach you what to learn. My role in designing this course is not to teach you what to learn, but to tell you why you should learn, and more importantly, how to learn. Because I've discovered the skill that is needed for you to be successful in life, whether that life is in transition, in university or high school, or even in your professional life, the skill that sets a successful person apart from the rest is learning how to learn. Because anyone can tell you what to learn. In fact, we have access to information like we've never had access to before. But learning how to learn, when you master it, it's a skill that will carry you through university and beyond university. No one is going to ask you why you dropped out in university when you do. And if they do, most probably they are writing an article about it, or they are just accumulating statistics. So the ownership to graduate, the onus to pass is not on anyone's shoulder but yourself. Now let me speak about an institution for a moment. And in this case, the University of South Africa, UNISA. Success of an education institution, I believe, should only be assessed by its throughput rate. Now, when I say throughput rate, let me explain very briefly. There is a difference between registration and graduation. There is a difference, I'm emphasizing again, between registration and graduation. If this year is 2022, and it is, then 4 years ago, maybe 2018, if we have registered 10,000 students 4 years ago for a 4-year course, and only 1,000 of that 10,000 graduate 4 years later from 2018 in 2022, then it simply means that we as an institution, we are perpetuating a dysfunctional system that is not performing at its optimum, because the throughput rate, that means those who have entered the system 4 years ago to graduate in 4 years' time did not make it successfully through the system. If the student does not graduate, I personally believe, then a university has no right to celebrate. If the student does not graduate, all of them that registered 4 years ago for a 4-year course or 3-year or a certificate course, then even our celebration is not complete. Now, why am I telling you this? It's because as a student, you should know why the university invests in getting someone like me to speak to you, because we are interested in your success. You see, your success is our success. The success of the individual student is the success barometer of the institution as well. So when I say your success is my success, your success is our success, it is not a political ploy or some slogan during canvassing. It is the truth, because the success of UNISA depends on your success. One of the critical parts for a student is to break through the ceiling of the first year. And I want to tell this again. Every student must learn how to break through the ceiling of the first year. I read an article some time ago. The title of the article was Low Retention at South African Universities. And some key numbers were presented regarding the dropout rate at South African universities. Firstly, the number one statistic was that South African universities can only accommodate 18% or around there of South African matriculants. Now listen carefully. The universities accumulated can accommodate only 18% of those who matriculate. Now listen, of the 18% that they can accumulate, that enter into university, nearly half of them, that is 47%, will drop out of university. Can you imagine how the numbers are getting reduced? And if distance learning is taken into consideration, which includes UNISA and you who are listening today, these figures rise up to 68%. It's amazing. While being at a university places you in an elite position, it also indicates that you are in a very vulnerable position as well. While I shared with you these statistics, let me tell you right at the beginning that while the universities can only accommodate 18% of matriculants, and while the dropout rate is 68% of that 18%, I want you to know right at the outset, you are not a statistic. And the statistics are not you, because you desire to finish the race, and that is why you want to study further. You did not begin this race and journey to drop out. I read one comment in the chat that says, I'm going to fight until I finish. And that's the spirit. You did not begin this journey to drop out. You did not register to fail. You did not pay your money to give up, and you did not make a contract with yourself that you will stop your study. You are determined. You are optimistic. You are enthusiastic, and you are open to learning. Now, sometimes it is required that other people believe in you for you to realize that you are worth believing in. And at this time, I want to tell you, we believe in you. I believe in you and your academic success. So don't let the statistic make you go ballistic. No, don't let the statistic make you go ballistic. The statistics are merely indications of what needs to be changed. And that change begins with you. Yes, it begins with you, it begins in you, and it begins for you, it begins through you, and it is only you that can change your future. Now, let me take a moment to highlight the profile of a successful UNISA student. A successful UNISA student will be firstly self-determined. That's the first word I want you to remember. A successful UNISA student will be self-regulated. The third word describing the profile of a UNISA student is that they will be self-motivated. Have you noticed something in these three words, self-determined, self-regulated, self-motivated? The prefix of the hyphenated word is self, which means that the onus to excel, the onus to pass, the onus to graduate. The onus is on you and only you. Now that requires a lot of discipline and requires you to be resilient. Even if you, now, successful people are those who move from a point of success. You'll notice I'm speaking in the present tense, but I'm referring to the future as if you've already graduated, as if you can already visualize wearing that gown and that cap on. As a first-year UNISA student, that is how you must think. You must visualize it. You must feel the weight of that gown on you. You must be able to imagine the tassel being moved on your cap. You must experience the future. You know why? Here's why. Because successful people are those who move from a point of success. Listen, successful people in academics are not necessarily those who move to success, but they move from a point of success and then they move towards it, and that is how they become successful. Academic success is an achievement that you must realize even before it can materialize. Now that is not positive thinking. Get it right. I'm not advocating positive thinking. I'm advocating proactive thinking. You must realize it before it materializes. You must walk into the future, experience your graduation, and then come back into the present and do what you need to do in order for you to graduate. Why? Because you see, the view that you adopt of yourself profoundly affects the way that you lead your life, the decisions you make, the habits you break, and the habits you make. It can determine whether you become the person you want to be and whether you can accomplish the things that you value. You need to have what psychologists call a growth mindset, not a fixed mindset, a growth mindset. Your past is not a reflection of who you are. And I want to emphasize this. My dear students, young people, and if you are an older person, old people, I want you to know that your past is not a reflection of who you are. And let me add that your past performance is not an indication of what you are capable of. The fact that you registered here at UNISA as a first-year student means that the past is only a reflection of what has been. It is not an indication of what really is. You are here to discover a new you. You are here to reinvent yourself. You are here to make your dream come true. You are closer to making your dream come true. And university is a new experience and full of growth opportunities. It is the time for stretching and embracing challenges. So no matter what anyone think about you, no matter what anyone has told about you, no matter how bad or how good you did in your matric or in your past studies, don't let that define you in your studies. Don't say, I just made it. I've just met the admission requirements. And I think that is the kind of student I am. No, your grade is not an indication of your potential. It is only an indication of how further you can go from there. It's not an indication of who you really are. So start as a whole new person. Reinvent yourself and determine to put in the work, enjoy it, and celebrate every moment you experience, every hurdle you overcome, every piece of new information that you learn. Be excited for the newness that is entering into your mind. Now, I want you to realize something, that it is your path that will determine your destination. In most universities, you are just a number. It might sound impersonal, but that is a reality, dear students. In a university, in most universities, you are just a number. It is up to you to make that number count. It is up to you to make others stand up and take note of who you are. It is up to you to get the attention of your professor. It is up to you to be a noteworthy, remarkable person. There are numerous explanations for this, but at the end of it all, because you are in an institution of higher learning, the best way for you to stand out is for you to always strive for academic excellence. Yes, let's face it, life is unfair. It's not perfect. There are many obstacles to excelling in university. Some of you have studied before, you've dropped out and re-registered. So you know what I am talking about. There are many obstacles to excelling in university, but you have the choice. It is in your hand to turn those obstacles into stepping stones. You can turn cold water thrown on you into fuel to fire you up. Yes, there are numerous explanations for the high dropout rate, high failure rate, the low throughput rate, the high stop-go rate in higher education. But you can choose to be part of the problem or part of the solution. And I'm hoping today that you will decide right now in your mind that I am going to be part of the solution. Blaming others, elaborating on the obvious problem, and finding eloquent language to to describe and articulate the problem does not make the problem go away. Now, there is a huge gap between high school and university, but you can close the gap for you, because the solution for you is you. The instrument to change the outcome is you. The principle is simple. You are the path and you are the destination at the same time. Nothing is going to happen for you if you don't make it happen for yourself. Too often people get themselves into undesirable situations and wonder, how did I get to where I am? A powerful principle is at play. The principle is simple. It is your direction, not your intention, that determines your destination. The direction you choose has a prescribed and predetermined destination. If you choose, and now listen carefully, oh, young people, listen carefully. If you choose the path of diligence, if you choose the path of sacrifice and discipline, then university can be your paradise. If you want to end up in a good place, you have to move in that direction. If you don't want to wind up there, you need to start making. You can't put off making a U-turn if you are on the wrong road. The longer you head in the same direction, the sooner you'll wind up in a place you might not want to be. You must quit assuming you'll have time to change things. I am proud of you. I want to pause and slowly tell you that I am proud of you. In choosing to study, you are choosing to make your future better for you. In choosing to study, you are choosing to break the cycle of poverty for some of you. In choosing to study, you have chosen to give hope to yourself and to your family. In choosing to study, you are breaking down barriers, prejudice, and you are making a statement that life is going to be different for me and for the generation after me. Now, every story or every movie has 4 characters: the hero, the villain, the victim, and the guide. Now, stories that we read, movies that we see, you'll find out that all of them have these 4 characters there. You'll discover that in every story, for it to be a story, must have a hero. You'll discover that in order for him to be a hero, they have to compare him with a villain, the one who's always trying to be an obstacle to the cause of the hero. But the person, in most movies, you'll discover the hero starts off as an ordinary person. Who transforms this pre-hero into a hero of the movie is a third person who is the guide that reminds the hero who he really is and inspires him to step up and do what needs to be done. That's the role of the guide in a movie. And then you have a victim. You know, a victim, typical damsel in distress, or some people trapped in a basement, trapped in a mine, plane that's about to explode, and people are about to, all these victims. I want to tell you, you are the hero of your own story. Don't become a villain to yourself and fill your mind with self-destructive thoughts. Don't embrace bad habits that will deter you from your goal. Don't be a villain to yourself. That's number 1. Number 2, don't be a victim. The only people who are victims are those who choose to be victims. So what if you were born poor? Everyone was born poor. So what if some of you had parents who were not there all the time? That's okay. Don't say, I'm like this because my parents, they are the ones who have made me like this. I'm like this because I am poor. I'm like this because I was born in this place here. I'm like this because I am black, because I'm white or colored or Indian. Don't say I'm like this because of something else. Take ownership. Transcend the victim mindset. Don't make excuses and be the hero that you were meant to be. Now, I want to share with you something about myself. I am one of 10 children. We have 5 brothers, 5 sisters. I am the only one in my family who went to study in higher education institutions. I was born in a tiny, I don't want to even call it a village because it's not even a village. A tiny place in KwaZulu-Natal called Fraser's on the north coast. I attended 13 different schools before I graduate. Yes, before I matriculate. 13 different schools. I lived in a children's home, Lake Haven Children's Home in Durban. I've lived in a youth center. I've lived in a Valley View place of safety and detention. I've lived on the streets. So if someone has a reason to become a victim, it would be me. But the reason why I have been chosen to speak to you today is because I don't have a victim mindset. Young people, I want to appeal to you. Transcend the victim mindset. Don't default into a villain. Be your own guide and become the hero that you want to be. In all this time, that boy who attended 13 schools, he lived in children's homes, attended 13 schools, lived in children's homes, and lived on the street. Today, I have traveled to more than 39 countries, or authored more than 16 books. I've developed more than 23 online courses. I'm a qualified business rescue practitioner, certified ethics officer. I'm a pastor, keynote speaker. Universities call me to be the graduation speaker. I am well read and well spoken. And you know why I am telling you that? Because I am all of these things because I am well educated. So, young people, I am a living testimony that education can change your life completely. And I can tell you, it will open doors for you as it has for me. So I'm excited for you. I'm thrilled that you are registered for higher education, whatever your field of study might be. And I want to implore you, don't underestimate the power of the education that you are embracing at the moment with your registration. Don't underestimate the power of that education to change your life, to transition from the past into an amazing future. Again, I want to say what I said in the beginning. I believe in you. Now you need to believe in yourself. You need to act on that belief and determine to excel until you graduate. I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of your journey, part of your life, especially right at the beginning of this amazing journey in front of you. I hope, if God allows, to see you on graduation day. And until then, I will pray for your academic success and an extraordinary life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for a very insightful message. And thank you also, Professor Rombi, for assisting me with the introduction there. I couldn't do that because I was struggling with technical issues, but thank you once more, Doc, for guiding us, for giving us a framework, for giving us a guiding tool to navigate our lives in the institutions of higher learning, both us as a staff and the student. Thank you very much. Your message will really go a long way. One of the highlights I picked from your presentation was that we must learn how to learn. You know, we sometimes are entangled in not knowing what is the critical information that I should grasp, what is the information that will be delivered in the examination, what is expected of me to grasp so that I become an educated person. So I'm very, very, very humbled with the presentation. You were only doing that because your only interest was our success, both as students and as staff. And with those small words, I would like to say thank you. We can give Doc a round of applause.
Thank you.
So moving right along, I will give a chance to Dr. Nene. He's from the Department of African Languages, and he will take us through. And over to you, Dr. Nene.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you, colleagues, management, students, and Dr. Charles. Wow, well said. You started by saying within your conversation, you said that your success is our success. That was a good one. The question is, how can we make our students' success be successful? That's why we are here. Without you understanding the system, you're not going to be successful. Without you not understanding the content, you're not going to be successful. So it's very, very important for you to understand the system, to understand the content, to submit your work, to graduate, and to get money. That's the most important. That money, we want it, isn't it? So my topic for today, actually, for me, I am not going to talk in terms of anything other than the system. It's very, very important. I am a lecturer, so as such, I like to interact too much with my students. My UNISA new learning management system, we call it Moodle. I don't have to bore you in terms of what exactly is the definition of learning management system, but for sure, you've got a message such as this as a student that my UNISA upgrading to a new new teaching and learning management system. You've got that message. How did you feel? Felt excited? There's a part here that says define tomorrow. How do we define tomorrow? Tomorrow, you can define tomorrow by making a positive changes so that tomorrow can be defined. If ever you make a negative changes, that tomorrow is not defined, but rather destroyed. It is for that reason that I believe that UNISA is defining tomorrow. Through the changes that we are creating every single time, we are moving. We are not moving like Shosholoza Mail. We are moving like Tutoring. Something that it moved from one spot to another within a split of a second. That is wonderful. Students, are you excited in terms of the new learning management system? As I indicated to you, I'm a teacher. Let me see, I can see people writing messages here. Let me hear from you and see for you. If ever you are happy, sad, and angry, frustrated, let me see the emojis. That is very important. This is an ODL institution. Let me see things happening. Let me see the cry faces, the one that says, I want money, the one that says, I need help. I need to see what is the reaction in terms of the new management system. All right, I can see some of the people are saying, meaning that they are not sure whether the weather is cold, is hot, what is it? Okay, fantastic. Now, you can see people putting there the emojis and the chill one. Now, let us make you understand the system. But now you should be able to have your login details. That is a very important part. The same credential that you use in terms of logging and putting in terms of your login details, such as your username and password, it's exactly the same one that you're going to use in terms of as well for your My Life account and for My UNISA. Once you log into My UNISA, you are going to see a part, a page such as this. If you were doing a module last year or something somewhere around last year, what you're going to see the 2021 My Modules and the 2022 My Modules, or probably the My Admin side. Everyone's going to see that. The My Admin site is whereby you get the academic records, your what. It's something to do with registration and admin. But if ever you enter here into 2021, you'll find the Sakai part. If you go to 2022, that's where you're going to find now the menu that is taking you to the current module system that we're using at UNISA. Once you enter into My 22 account, you are going to see this page. This page, My Module part, it contains every type of a module that you are registered for in terms of the tier. I'll show you it practically so that you guys can be able to see. But if ever you click in your name there, you are going to see things such as profile, grade, preferences and messages, and also logout. Within your profile, you can put even your picture. You can show yourself like me. I showed myself how ugly, cute I am in terms of that. You can do that for yourself. You can change in terms of whatever that you want to edit. You can edit there in terms of your information. If you scroll down, you are going to see the dashboard. Within the dashboard that you're going to see, if ever you click to one module, there's a part that you are going to see. You are going to take, let us take, for example, I'm taking you to FF1501/21 or /22/S1. The first thing that you are going to encounter is the welcoming message. The welcoming message from your lecturer. That is the first part. And if ever you look on your left, there's a dashboard that has all the contents that you need. If you look on your right, you have the chat site. You see this button here. There is a chat room, allows you to communicate directly to either your lecturer, your teaching assistants, your e-tutor, whoever is responsible in that module, you can communicate with them. I'll show you guys so that you guys can be able to see. And then if you scroll down within that system, you are going to see what? You are going to see now the content. You're going to see the announcement, the assessment, and even units so that it can allow you to now get to understand whatever content that is there. Lesson is, if I'm talking about lesson, what exactly am I talking about? I can see a lot of students there say, I did not get my study material, I did not do this, I did not do this. UNISA is moving completely online. As such, your study material is your lesson. Your study guide is your lesson. The quiz or the assessment are your assignments. You are going to see assessment 1, assessment 2, assessment 3, assessment 4, to some other people that are doing continuous assessment, even 6 or 9 or 10 or 12. That is what is your assignments. If something is written assessment, it means what? Assignment, and that is for marks. Let us do this practical. I told you that I'm a practical person. I love doing things practical. So, are you guys still here? Must I do practical or must I just leave because I can't see the emojis? Are you guys still here? Can I please see thumbs up that you're still here and you're happy you're listening? All right. Okay. That's it. Let us do. In terms of login details, we are going to see, let me start here. This is a part that I wanted to start showing you. The first part that you need to understand the chat room. As you can see, most of my students are sending me messages privately. I will have to go and reply. There are 8 messages that I haven't replied. That means I have to reply to them. Once you log in, you went through every part, you know the first part of it. You need to come here and decide in terms of exactly which module that you want to touch base with. If you want to touch base in terms of the master site, in which I prefer to go to the master site because there's certain example that I want to make. The first part is the welcoming message, isn't it? The welcoming message, it allows you to understand what the lecturer was saying. You scroll down, this part is announcement where you get to understand in terms of the announcement. If ever you scroll down, you are going to get the content or units. In each unit, inside each unit, you are going to find the learning lesson of whatever module that you are doing. Please understand this, that every module is different. In terms of the look and feel, they will show you different look and feel. Some other people, they're using the advisor, some other people, they're using the timer. Like for example, in terms of this module, can you guys see how it looks right now? It looks like this. If ever a lecture wants, they can be able to change the design of the module to look different. It doesn't mean that whatever that I'm showing is wrong. It's their decision that they decide that they want their module to look differently to the one of others. So as such, you may find the module looking this way. What you need to do, you still need to go back and be able to understand that you're looking for what? You're looking for lesson. Okay, so let us go in terms of lesson, in terms of unit 1. Unit 1, if ever you go to unit 1, you probably are going to find 2 aspects. You are going to find the learning, the lessons, and you are going to find also in terms of assessment. For assessment, we have so many types of assessment at UNISA. Among others, there are quizzes. 2, there is a written assignment, or 3, there is a discussion assignment. What is the difference between those assessments, especially those 3 that I'm going to talk about? There are other assessments that other colleges use, other colleagues use, but these are the ones that mainly that most of the lecturers prefer to use. What is the difference in terms of that? I want to show you, and I'll look at it in terms of the student view so that you guys can be able to understand how even to submit those assignments. Just change this part. All right, let us go. Assessment 1, there is a quiz. It might happen from time to time that you're going to unit, you find that it's locked or it has a restriction. It is your responsibility, students, that you need to understand what is the restriction about that certain task. What are they saying? If they say the restrictions here is here, you need to finish lesson. It means that you need to go back to lesson, do all the lesson before you can come back to quiz and be able to do the quiz. If ever some other people, what they do is that they press this button to say they're finished. Sometimes the system does not allow, even after you've pressed that button, to allow you to go to to the next task. Please understand that what you need to do, you just need to untick that part, and it will allow you to go to the next one. If ever you go to quiz, because that's a part that it was a bit of a problem for most of the students, is to understand this. Understand, number one, how many times are you allowed to do the quiz? Sometimes you are given it 3 attempts, 1, 2, 3. If ever you do maybe you try to do the 4th one, it's not going to allow you. And sometimes here it's right, if it's written 1, it means that you are only allowed to do 1 attempt, submit once. So check that as number 1. Number 2, check the opening date. In terms of the system, every single thing, it has an open date and a close date, and we do have a due date. For example, do not take that because it's written here, it will close on the 28th, that now you can submit on the 28th. It means that there is a due date. A lecturer can say to you, this is a due date. Maybe after the due date, they will open it 2 days or 3 days after because they want to assist those students that will submit a doctor's note or whatever that's the case. So you need to make sure that you verify with your lecturer when is the closing date, when is the due date. Do not submit later because it's going to create a problem for you. Okay, that is the first part in terms of the quizzes. Now let us go back as well in terms of understanding, even in terms of where do you submit the written assignment? Can you see here right now, if ever I was viewing this as a student, it was going to tell me that you need to finish the activity on unit 1 before it opened. But right now, because I'm viewing as a lecturer, that's why I can be able to see and I can be able to log in and be able to show you what I'm showing you right now. I'll change here. This is a different assessment. This is a written assignment. And most of you are going to submit a written assignment. So if ever I change into the student mode so that you guys can see as a student what needs to be done. Can you see as a student mode? I can log in here. After logging in, probably your lecturer is going to put the assignment there before you can be able to do. But down here, that's where there's instruction as such. Remember, each module is different. The lecturer can put a rubric, they can put the grading criteria, or they can give you instruction in terms of how you can do the activities. For example, for me, for this task, I decided to create a bit of activities for my students to tell them that in terms of task 1A, you are going to get 40, you are going to get 10 in task B, and you are going to get 5 in terms of key. So meaning that's a maximum number of marks. So the student needs to be able to do and understand every single thing what I'm saying. If ever, for example, you are submitting and you encounter a problem, you can even notify your lecturer by putting a comment on the submission after submission. Once you add in terms of your submission, there is a submission button here. Once you add that kind of submission, it will allow now for you to be able to do what? To add your assignment. Depending on the type of the assignment that they want. Your lecturer can tell you that I will allow online text or I will allow PDF only to be submitted. So you need to submit as per the instruction of your lecturer. For example, with understanding that right now some of the students do not have laptops, I created and I decided I will allow the online text. What does it mean? It means that if ever you do not have a laptop, you can still come to the system, type your assignment on a Microsoft Word, take it and paste it here. The system is going to convert it and to make sure that it's available for me to mark. That is for those people that do not have the laptops. However, another type that I can also allow for my student, I can allow them to submit the PDF. It's written here, it says PDF. If it's written Microsoft Word, it means that you are allowed as well to do what? To submit in Microsoft Word. And then from there, after that, you can be able to press save, which is going to allow you now to send your assignment to your lecturers. I hope that is making sense. Is it making sense? Is it making sense, guys? I am a teacher. When I teach, I need to see that people are understanding so that I don't talk on my own and while you guys are still behind. Fantastic, yes. So now let us go back now in terms of even another assignment. That's what we call a discussion assignment. What is a discussion assignment? The discussion assignment is whereby we as a lecturer, we want you to discuss on a certain topic. We can provide you with a topic. After providing with the topic, what you do, you take it You take that assignment and you're able to, you can type it down, put the assignment, and then from there, you can be able to discuss with the other student what you've noted from that assignment. A discussion assignment, some other times it opens like this way. There is information in terms of the assignment, and I've created already in terms of what? I created the assignment itself and the portal. You will have to come to this part and say reply in order for you to reply. And a box such as this one, it will open for you to be able to do what? To write down your assignment. The question is, must one first convert the Word document to PDF or the system? Yes. If the lecture says that you need to convert to PDF, yes, you need to convert it to PDF. And if ever it allows you to submit the text, then you can submit the text. If it allows you to submit even Microsoft Word, then you need to submit the Microsoft Word because there's a restriction in each module. All right, now, this is now you can type down your assignment the way that you want. After typing down your assignment, you can even post, it will post in terms of assignment, including the date. So now in terms of a discussion assignment, if ever you are replying to other student, you will go to that specific student and then you press the reply button and you even indicate at Jabulani, Nene, the Nenes, this is what we are saying. Oh, blah, 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 blah. And then that is what we call in terms of a discussion forum. Remember, right now I said to you, what I said to you is that all the systems are different. For me, in terms of my system, I started by creating what we call units before I can create lessons. For some other system, what you can see is that you will see some other people, what they do is that they only put units, and you can see, scroll down, you will see quite a number of units. Even in terms of the assessment, at the end of this dashboard, you're going to see probably the assessments for other modules. That's what you can be able to see. Like, for example, I will take any module that I'm linked with or that I can be able to access. Okay, let's not this one. There's not a good example for me to use. Let me use another one. Okay. Can you see? There it is, another module. Within this module, you can see that there are assessments. If you press down here, you are going to find assignment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that module above under activities. So it is your responsibility. If ever you don't see where the assessment are, you need to press this button so that you can be able to see which assessment it is. You cannot find the question most of the time in terms of the question of the question for the assessment here. You need to go back in terms of a lesson and understand the lesson itself so that you can be able to do what? To be able to go and do your assessment. As I indicated to you, each module is different. Can you see this one? This one, SGD, is completely different to the module that I showed you. All the lessons are under one unit, meaning that you have to go through all these lessons in order for you to be able to do what? To do your assessment. I hope this clarifies the things in terms of understanding a bit in terms of the system. In terms of your grade as well, let us talk about the grade. The grade as well, you can find your grade in terms of your marks at the end as per the instruction of your TA here under grades. You are going to see, let me go back because I don't want to show you in terms of other students, student number. Yes, this is the one. Let me go back to the one that I was using. Yes, the quizzes are timed. You need to check the time as well. You need to check the time that how long do you have within the quiz? Because if ever you do not, it's going to be a problem. For example, can you see here, there is my grade book. Fantastic. So now within grade book, you can be able to go and check in terms of your marks. This is a part that you have to do. And also you can even check which assignments are graded. Is assignment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are graded. And as such, those are the assignments that you need to pay so much attention to. That being said, student, before I close, you need to remember this, that there are activities in your lessons. Those activities, you must do them. They are made to assist you in terms of understanding the content. Start with the activities if you're given an activity before moving to do the assignment, because if ever you move straight to the assignment without doing activities, you are going to encounter a problem. Can I see the smiling face that you guys are starting to understand the system? Smiling face or sad faces. If ever you are sad, you still cannot understand what I'm saying. If ever everything is still dark, please put it dark. Or you can even see dark like kiwi. Can I see the smiley face emojis to indicate that you guys are starting to understand? Fantastic. That's all I want to see. After that, guys, if ever you encounter problems within the module itself, please consult and contact your lecturers so that they can be able to assist you. I was given 15 minutes to discuss about this. I wish that I can elaborate it much more, but this is an overview in terms of understanding the Moodle system. It's easy. As I indicated to you, it's moving like a how train. If ever you come here every single time, let me just show you in terms of just to give an overview how easy it is. That in each kind of a lesson, you can be able to read the content. After reading the content, what you can do is that you can press now the next. So it can allow you to go to the next kind of subtopic, and it even provide you in terms of the progress. Where are you in terms of the progress for that module? This is fantastic. This is a how train. Train, it's not socialism mail. They're going slowly. We are moving like a how train and moving fast. Thank you so much for this opportunity, student. I hope and I believe that this clarify a bit of things that you guys needed to know about the system.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nene Chaulani Owen Nene. Yes, that was a brilliant demonstration. That was a brilliant, guidelines into how to navigate through my unis. At some point, students feel a bit lonely. They are in front of a computer, they are in front of their gadget, and they don't know really what they should do in terms of achieving what they want to achieve. We are in a fourth industrial revolution, and we just transition into it. So some of us were still trying to relate and interact correctly with the online learning. So thank you very much, Dr. Nene, for orientating us through, and let me just rest assure students that we're only left with 2 items to conclude our program, and we will also have the item for question and answers where you will, seek clarity where you want more understanding. I saw some of the facial expression which are said. If it's you are one of those, don't worry, we'll attend to that, and we'll respond to you in a short while. With that being said, I would like to welcome the tutorial support, Ms. Namakwi, who will orientate us also through the tutorial classes and how they work and how do we gain access to such. Me Nomvola, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Can I check first whether I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible. I can hear you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, and the presentation as well, we can see. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming. Good afternoon. It's already past 12. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to our stakeholders, which is our students. We are happy that you made time to come and attend and listen to us. I am from the Learner Support Department. I'm the Academic Support Coordinator in the College of Human Sciences. We are going to be looking at the background of tutoring, what a tutor is, the roles of an e-tutor, the difference between face-to-face tutor, e-tutoring, and also the teaching assistant, and what are the important startup pages. The background of the tutoring started with a concern in the higher education department on the throughput and retention of students that led to the need of learner support. As you know, that UNISA is a distance education institution. Initially, students will just register and just submit assignments without being assisted throughout their learning. So UNISA saw it as an important part of learning that the students receive tutoring to get learners to be supported. So with that information, UNISA is obliged to provide students with support in terms of tutorials. What does tutorials do? Tutorials allow group discussions on content or subject-related course in facilitation. What do? The tutors, they facilitate learning. In other words, they make it easier for us to learn. So they make the journey to be easy or the journey to be a little bit simpler or a little bit understandable. So we offer tutorials in the following. We've got face-to-face tutorials, we've got online tutorials, which we call e-tutoring, and we've got teaching assistants. What are e-tutors? An e-tutor is a person who is employed by the university on part-time basis. They are appointed based on their qualifications and experience. They assist students in unpacking, in facilitating, they unpack the content material of the module together with the giving you the study skills on how you can progress. More especially when we are saying that we hire people that have got qualification and experience in the field, it's that we want them to give you skills on how to go about that particular subject or that particular module, or how you can better understand the system of the field that you are looking towards working in that environment. They create an enabling environment for the students to develop into effective and independent learners. I would like to really highlight the word independent learners and go on the shoes of our encourager that was emphasizing on that it lies with you. Success lies with the student. We are here to support, and while we are here, make it a possibility that you use us in order for you to get where you want to go. Tutors, they also create a sense of community and unity within a module. A sense of community is where we want you to feel that there are people, you're not studying alone, you are not studying in isolation, but there are people that are really studying towards the same goal with you, of which you'll be able to work together with them in the groups that you will be allocated with in that particular module. They also bridge the gap between the lecturer and the students. Yes, the tutors, they will assist you in some other inquiries where the lecturer is not able to respond to you quickly, and assist you to connect with the department that it's necessary for you to be able to get the information that you need. The tutors will provide you with activities that you need to complete. It is very important that when the tutors give you activities, then you gauge yourself, the understanding, and it will also assist the tutor to understand whether what has been the lesson or what the discussion was about, the students are really understanding what the tutor is trying to relay in the information. They do not provide answers to the assignment questions. Please underline, do not. It is of importance. The tutors do not answer assignment questions. Assignment questions are responded to in the main side of the page. I will explain about the main side later. Let's look into the difference between the face-to-face, the e-tutor, and the teaching assistant. Face-to-face tutoring, the students get to be allocated based on high-risk modules. So for face-to-face, not every module is available for the students to receive tutoring. But when it comes to e-tutoring, students that are registered for the first level modules and also for the second level modules, all of them are going to be linked provided there are tutors for that particular module. Then we've got teaching assistants. The teaching assistant, they assist in the signature modules. Those modules are only selected. I think in our college we've got AFL module. That is a signature module and it's purely online. The availability of the modules. As I've indicated, face-to-face modules are dependent on a high-risk module. A high-risk module is selected by the university based on the number of students that are able to complete the module. The pass rate of the module is the one that determines if the module needs to be on a high-risk module. And then with e-tutoring, it's first level and second level, and then teaching assistant only on first level. Then we've got tutorials for face-to-face. Due to the COVID, now they are being held on the Teams meeting, whereas previously it was arranged in the regional offices nearby so that you can go and attend. When it comes to online tutoring, which is e-tutoring, they will take place on my UNISA on the module site. And then for teaching assistant, support also takes place on my UNISA on module, which means e-tutoring and teaching assistant, they are much more similar as they are fully online. When it comes to face-to-face, tutors are only allocated 15 hours per semester if the module is a semester module. But if it's a year module, then they will be allocated 30 hours for that particular module. And then for e-tutoring, they are allocated for, in a normal environment, it will be 4 months for a semester module. Normally we start in February, but this year it's a bit different because we are just starting with the module system. And then if it is a year module, it will start in March and end in October. And then with the teaching assistant arrangement for tutoring, that will be provided by the primary lecturer in that particular module. Remember that they are not all the same. And then the face-to-face tutor, they can work with a minimum of 1 hour in a particular week. Online tutorials, we are expecting the tutors to be available 6 hours in a week for the students. And then with the teaching assistant, it is module arrangement. Let's look on how to access the face-to-face tutorials. The regions are the ones that arrange the face-to-face tutorials. So they work a little bit differently depending on the region's capabilities. The regions advertise the different modules that they are offering on various platforms, including UNISA regional Facebook page, regional websites, notice board if you are in the campus, and my live address, email addresses. What happens for you to be able to attend the face-to-face tutorials? The students need to register online. Since COVID and people could not be able to go to the regions, it was a system was developed to be able to allow the students to be able to register online. So when you log on to my UNISA, when you go to my admin, there will be regions where you are able to register yourself for the classes. The system is so easy for you to use because once you log on there and you go to regions and you go to register for classes, it will automatically be linked to the modules that you are registered for, and also give you the nearest region where you are nearest to, so that you are able to be assisted in that regard. If you struggle with the online registration, some other regions, they advise you to book and then go to their offices so that they'll be able to assist you. The classes there, as I've indicated, due to COVID, they are now being held in the MS Teams, and the regional office are advising the students to download the Teams app, as that is the one that is mostly used for offering the face-to-face tutorials. For more information, please visit our regional information from our MyUnisa website. The links for attending the classes for the modules offered, once you have registered, they will send you the links. With some other regions, even though you're not registered for that particular face-to-face class, they will send you the link initially, and then once you are interested, showing interest by registering, then they will continuously send you the links when the classes are being to be offered. Some regions, they provide schedules on their website. Please familiarize yourself with the information so that you are abreast with what is happening in your nearest regional office center. Let's look at how to access the e-tutorials. E-tutorials are being offered online. We are fully online. You will receive notification informing you that you are being allocated to an e-tutor. The message will give you information on the group that you have been allocated to. And it will also indicate the tutor that you are allocated to. So you need to log on to MyUnisa to interact with your fellow students and also with your e-tutor. As Dr. Nene has already showed us that you are able to respond to the students and you are also able to respond to the lecturer through the chat. There is where you will be able to get assistance. At this moment, no one has been linked in our college, or maybe say the whole university, with the tutors, but we are working on that. The students will be linked and getting supported to all the tutorials that they need. An example of a tutorial site will show with a number and also indicate that that group site is for e-tutor. Remember that you already, when you are registered, you are allocated to a particular module site, which is the main site. The main site will give you access to study material and will also give you access to other tools that you are going to be needing. So when you are allocated to a tutor site, please do not ignore the other side. They work together. The main site is where all the students, 10,000 students, are linked to that particular module with the lecturer. When it comes to an e-tutor group is where a certain number of students will be linked to a particular tutor for facilitation of learning. Let's look at the important startup tools or in startup pages. Welcome message. The welcome message will have information of an e-tutor that will be explaining or maybe trying to explain themselves to you. The welcome message, normally we ask the tutors to introduce themselves so that you can know who your tutor is. And in the same message, you will have a tutor schedule. A tutor schedule, it will indicate when the tutor is available, when the tutor will be available online to come and assist you. They will also post announcements. They will also use the discussion forum and also the lesson tool as explained with Dr. Nene. It's not different, it's the same tool, but some of the tutors will have quizzes that will also contribute to the main assignment of the main site. So the lecturers, they work together with the tutors to offer support and also unpack the material so that you'll be able to make it to graduation. Official study material, as I've indicated, you will find it on the main site. You won't be able to find it in the group site. It's only found in the main site. We are asking or pleading with you to make use of my live email account for us to contact you, for you to be able to know whether you are linked, whether you've got classes, whether there is important information, the announcement that will be sent, you will be able to find them. Most of the time we will be working on my life. Whatever is done on the main site, whatever is done on the e-tutor side, it will go straight into your email account. In the learner support, in the tutorial support in the college, we are at this moment, we are 7. We've got Ms. Mukopi, who is the college tuition coordinator. We've got Ms. Anastasia Mukwebo, that works in the information science, communication science, and linguistic and modern languages, which means that if you've got any inquiries about an e-tutor, then you can speak to Ms. Mukwebo, and her email address is provided there. I also saw that my colleague on the chat has already indicated and that we've got so many people. Then we've got myself, in the psychology, the development studies and political science department. We've got Mr. Edgar Mbutuma, that is with Africans and theology of literature and African languages. We've got Ms. Busisiwe Magena, that is working with English studies. We've got Mr. Charles Twala, that is working in the School of Humanities. We've got Ms. Precious Sindane, that is on maternity leave, but Ms. Tandisibia is there to assist with sociology, health studies, and social work. Remember, at this current moment, we do not have, or we have not started with tutorials, but we are working on going to be linking all the students. Please make sure that you go through all the welcome messages, you look at all the information. I've picked up one of the presenters indicating that for you to learn better is for learning how to learn. So the most important thing in getting success is to read and read and read. Reading will assist you to understand. When you ask the tutors questions, they'll be able to understand you. Remember that when you have read and when they are giving lessons, you will understand better, and then you'll be able to deal with the lessons. And we thank you. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much for the information. I see the students are excited that they are going to be interacting with their tutors, and thanks for also encouraging our students to attend these classes, these tutorial classes, these online classes, because what I know as a student might not be what is understood by the tutor and by the lecturer. So let's not assume that the knowledge I have is the knowledge I will be expected to produce in the examinations. So the interaction with the tutor is very important, so that you are clarified on the content of the subject you are doing, and for further detailed understanding of the theories and everything. Without any further ado, I would like to now bring in Dr. Naidu, who will be dealing with online assessment. We will be writing our examination soon, and Dr. Nene will orientate us through on how to, be at ease, not be frustrated, not panic while we are in that period of online examination. Over to you, Dr. Naidu.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Firstly, am I loud and clear, and is my presentation visible?
Yes, you are loud and clear. I can see your beautiful face and the presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, students. I am Dr. Sravanya Naidu from the College of Human Sciences, the Quality Assurance Unit. I am sure, well, I'm very hopeful that you are finding the presentations today very fruitful and are looking forward to your journey as a student at UNISA. Examinations at UNISA are online, and you will therefore complete all your examinations virtually. I will go through online examinations at UNISA, but rest assured, as UNISA is in a transitional phase to a fully online learning environment, there are many advantages to this process. I will specifically zoom in to our online examinations. You will frequently hear the terms virtual learning, online examinations, non-venue based examinations, online assessments, e-assessments, take-home or portfolio examinations, multiple choice questions, proctoring tools, the Invigilator app, Turnitin, and of course, as Dr. Nene explained, Moodle, our learning management system that hosts MyUnisa. I would just quickly like to clarify, as I've been reading the comments in the chat, that Moodle is our learning platform used to host MyUnisa. So you will log into MyUnisa to find your modules, but the reason we refer to Moodle is because it's our new platform that UNISA is using, but you have to be concerned with how to log into MyUnisa, hosted by the Moodle platform. The tools that we have on MyUnisa is because of the Moodle platform. So I hope this clarifies the comments in the chat. So let us briefly zoom into how this terminology I mentioned will be used. At UNISA, we have various types of examinations. In the College of Human Sciences, the various departments have different assessment methods. These include take-home or portfolio examinations. This could mean that you will receive an essay type question that you are expected to answer by typing your essay and submitting your answers online. Or you may be expected to complete a randomized multiple choice question examination. This means that you will receive a set of multiple choice questions where you must choose the correct option for each question. You will be informed in advance where to find your examination and where to submit your examinations. You will get detailed instructions from your lecturers. The examinations vary in duration. Your lecturer will inform you of these details and of the examination date closer to the time. Examinations can range anywhere between 2 hours to 4 days, for instance, depending on what is required from that type of assessment. And that also differs between departments in the College of Human Sciences. The types of examinations vary, as I've mentioned, and communication will be sent to you for you to prepare well in advance. Then we must ensure that our examinations are conducted with the
Dr. Naidu.
Dr. Nene? Dr. Naidu? Screen anymore? Your face anymore? Maybe she will join us again. I saw she left. And let's give her 30 seconds just to reconnect. And we'll continue the presentation.
I am so sorry about that. Am I back?
Yes, I can now see you. If you can kindly also share the presentation.
I was online the whole day. Trust technology to kick me out when I'm presenting. Okay,
Yeah.
Is my presentation visible?
Now I can see it, yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure where you lost me.
When you were speaking about academic integrity.
Okay, shall I start from the beginning of that slide or just continue?
You can start there and yes.
At the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so as I mentioned, I hope you haven't heard this already, but we must ensure that our examinations are conducted with the utmost integrity and honesty. So it is essential that from day one, you learn about what plagiarism means and how to avoid academic dishonesty and conduct yourself with the utmost dignity and honesty while writing your examinations. Because the purpose of an exam is to test your knowledge. Having a qualification means that you must be able to go out into the world one day, become employable, and be able to hold your own. Therefore, your examination must be a product of what you have learned in your module. You must be able to answer the question to the best of your ability, be able to draw on the literature and use facts from the readings to substantiate your arguments, but do not copy from the literature, other students, or the internet. So when we refer to academic integrity, this means that you must write your examination with honesty, trust, fairness, and taking responsibility. If any plagiarism, cheating, or copying from the internet or fellow students is found, this will lead to consequences. So remember, plagiarism means submitting an assessment that is not your own work. The lecturer may find evidence of copying or cheating where you refer to the exact information from the literature, such as textbooks, journal articles, or books, and so forth, and do not acknowledge the source. Your lecturers will teach you about referencing and plagiarism, so please ensure that you take note of this. It is absolutely important that you understand how to reference and to avoid plagiarism. Since our examinations are online, most exams are open book. Therefore, you will be expected to use sources such as the internet, textbooks, books, journal articles, and so forth to answer your examination questions. So at UNISA, we have several policies that speak to academic integrity that you can find on the intranet, as illustrated in my slide. This is the landing page of My UNISA, and you will see on your right-hand side under important links, the arrow shows the student policies and rules. So if you click onto that link, you will find the relevant policies that speak to academic integrity. We have our student disciplinary code aimed to uphold the name and reputation of UNISA. It's aimed to assure the quality of the assessment processes at UNISA. It is of utmost importance that you follow these rules and keep these rules in mind at all times, because if any academic misconduct is found, the student will be subject to disciplinary measures and can be suspended or expelled from the university. We then have our academic integrity policy. We have the policy for copyright infringement and plagiarism, which is aimed to empower students and employees to uphold ethical standards. Then we have the UNISA rules for students. This indicates that once you are a UNISA student, there are certain rules you have to follow and abide by. So these policies apply to us as UNISA staff and will of course apply to you as UNISA students. We have to follow these rules and abide by these stipulations. So please, I strongly encourage you to read these policies and to familiarize yourself with the process. Then to ensure that the academic integrity of our examinations, we have proctoring tools that we use at UNISA. We have the Invigilator app. This is a cell phone-based tool created for the purpose of non-venue-based assessments to be written in a more monitored way to ensure that there is no academic misconduct taking place while students are completing their examinations. Some modules are invigilated at UNISA. Your examination may be invigilated, and if your examination is invigilated, you will be informed about this in advance. You will also receive guidelines on how to use the Invigilator app, the purpose of the app, and so forth. Information on this app can also be found on My UNISA. Then Turnitin is another tool used at UNISA to check the academic integrity of your examination. It is used for essay type questions or portfolios. If you are required to use this tool, once you have completed your examination, it will be submitted through Turnitin. This tool checks if your examination is similar to any other content on the internet or similar to other sources. If there is a high similarity index, then you will be penalized, lose marks, or might be subject to a disciplinary hearing. Therefore, it is essential to learn how to reference your sources and acknowledge your sources used to write your essay type examinations. Then both the lecturer and the student has a role to play with regard to online examinations. Learning online means that there has to be a consistent flow of information to keep you informed and updated. But you as a student also must pay attention to the instructions provided and ensure that you acknowledge all communication provided by your lecturer and the university. Your lecturer has the responsibility to communicate with their students on MyUNISA via announcements, provide examination guidelines for their students to prepare them for the examination. This will explain what type of examination you should expect, the duration of the exam, the mark allocation, and whether the exam is invigilated or not. The lecturer might create a discussion forum to keep you in touch, to keep students in touch with matters pertaining to the examination. All examinations undergo a thorough quality assurance process to ensure that all requirements are met to uphold the academic integrity of UNISA. There is also a thorough moderation process that takes place to ensure that there is quality marking of your examination scripts. Once your examination is complete and marked, you will await the release of your results from the university, but all these dates will be communicated to you. Your role as a student is to read announcements, read your emails, read your study material, and all the guidelines provided to you. Studying online means that we have to ensure we access and understand all the information provided to us. We must take ownership for our studies. Understand your type of assessment, such as take-home exam or whether it's a multiple choice exam, and what is required of you. If you are unsure, please ask for clarity. On the day of the examination, we have a college help desk support, and we have something called the Joint Operations Center, who are there to assist you with student queries, such as if you have technical challenges accessing or submitting your examination. But all these details will be shared with you. I have a few screenshots that I have taken to show you where you can find this information on MyUNISA. So you log on to MyUNISA, as Dr. Nene had explained, and search for on the landing page, you will search for the assignments and examinations tab. You can see the arrow number 2. Then the drop-down as illustrated in the screen, there's a drop-down. Indicates all matters pertaining to your examinations. You will find your exam timetable, tips for the examinations, your exam results, and so forth. Should a crisis occur and you are unable to write your examination on a given date, you can apply for something called an AgriTat examination. This information is also available on this link for you to read. If you require a remark, for instance, once you receive your examination marks, or whether you have to write a supplementary examination, all this information can be found on this landing page of MyUNISA. Remember, all the information that you find here will also be emailed to you, such as your examination timetable and your exam results. Your lecturers will post announcements and guidelines on MyUNISA in order to inform and prepare you for the examination. Please read all the documents under essential tips for your examination. Your lecturer will inform you of the type of examination that you will write, as I've explained to you. But if you go onto MyUNISA, you can actually download the documents that explain further on the different types of assessments as illustrated in the screenshots. Then I just screenshot a few slides just to show you that there are guidelines on invigilation. There are online tutorials on YouTube on how to prepare for your examinations, and many other tutorials and documents that you can read to assist you to prepare for your examinations, including matters relating to plagiarism and cheating. We are here to support you through this journey, and I do wish you all the best with your studies, and I hope that this journey will be very exciting, memorable, and significant, and I hope to see you in the near future walking the graduation stage. Thank you, students, for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Naidu. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Very, very, very insightful presentation, and I'm sure our students are now at par with what is expected from them in the examination. I like the emphasis that you mentioned that our student should desist from plagiarizing, should desist from allowing people writing for them, should desist, because at the end of the day, it should be you as a student who must know the content, who must have a knowledge of what you have achieved or passed throughout your academic journey. So thank you so very much, Dr. Naidu. One of the other highlight that I picked that is that student must, during examination, when they are experiencing technical issues, they must in time alert the lecturer, they must in time alert whoever will be assisting in the examination so that they get assistance and they are not having any problem with the examination. So moving right along, welcome back, Mema Baso. We lost you for a bit there, and thank you for being with us throughout the orientation. Now it's time for question and answers. They will be led by Mr. Mbutuma. I don't know if he's there, so that I allow him the time to Mr. Mbutuma. I don't know, me, your line is a bit cracky. You can maybe try to move a bit. Just try and try. Yes, try a bit to move.
I was saying that it will take 5 hands from students, and then we'll take another 5. They can ask questions themselves.
Mr. Mbutuma, we're still struggling to hear you. Try to perhaps move a little bit more again, and then try to speak, and let's see if it will work.
Good day, Chair.
Yes, it's Valencia.
Chair, I'm here. I'm also assisting Mr. Mbutuma with question and answer sessions.
Okay, then while he's still while he's still finding the network and everything, you can take over and facilitate the session.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and our dear students. I'm Anastasia Mugabo, the Academic Support Coordinator in the School of Art. I will be facilitating the question and answer session together with Mr. Mbutuma. From my observation on the charts, most questions that were posted were related to registration. The student wanted to know the steps of changing modules or majors. There was also a question about NSFAS. It seems as if the NSFAS students cannot access study material. There was also a question about changing universities. If a student has completed their first year and they want to move to another university, they wanted to know about the steps. And there was also a question from a student who was saying that she has completed a diploma in public relation and she now wants to do a degree, and then she wanted to know the steps. So before we start taking hands, I'm kindly going to ask the registration representative, Mrs. Malebu, to address those few questions, and then we're gonna start taking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Okay, the first question regarding NSFAS, I've just spoken to Dr. Mabuza. She has confirmed that the list that they received from the National Office of NSFAS in Cape Town has been attended to. Those students who haven't been registered as yet are the students who have some flags which are set out by us at DSAR. Maybe there's a document outstanding or matric outstanding. However, she said there might be another list that will be coming from their office. the national office. Should students need, I will just write down, but I did see it. It's written down, the DSF email address for those students who have further inquiries for NSFAS. Yes, there was a question regarding the changing of measures. That can even be done now. The student has to send an email to the artes@unisa.ac.za email address, and then we can change the measure. And there is about the qualification change. Qualification change within UNISA, I saw that on the chat. Yes, we might be open for the second semester intake of applications. However, we're just waiting for registrations to be completely done, and then we'll just have to check the targets. If we haven't met the set targets, then we will open applications for the second semester, and a student can apply and change their qualification. Now, for the question where a student wants to know if they can go and complete in another institution, you may do your first year with us, then you'll have to apply at another institution. You'll have to check what is it that they offer that is in line with your career, and also check the curriculum where possible to see if when you register with them, they can grant you credit exemptions towards your studies. I think I've addressed all the questions, or is there something that okay, there's a student who's doing the diploma in public relations who would like to do psychology. For now, because we do not have a degree in psychology, the student is advised to apply for BA and major in psychology and any other subject. I think I've addressed them all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malebu, for that address. I think you've covered like half of the questions that were on the chats. So thank you so much. So the next few questions, I'm going to direct them to Mrs. Nemakhui, which is regard to the My Life. How do students, how do they go on about claiming the My Life, and also to get to claim the login details on my UNISA or module? And then she can also briefly explain how the student can access the eTutor sites, because there were students there who were not sure whether where the tutorials are going to take place or how they can access the eTutors. Thereafter, then we can start taking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, my colleague, Ms. Mukwebo. I'd like to share a screen just to show. I'm not sure if you are able to see it. Ms. Mukwebo?
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. For claiming for my UNISA login details, this is where you are going to go. Before you log in, there is where it says claim UNISA login. There is where you will be able to claim for your my UNISA account. Remember that each and every student has to be activated for them to receive the email so that they can communicate with the university. Let me also indicate that it is very much important that you always check the sites so that you will be able to communicate better. All communication that has to go, whether it goes to the lecturer, whether it goes to the help desk, whether it goes for tutorials, please activate the My Life account, because that is how we are going to respond. That is where we are going to respond to the student. Remember that due to the POPI Act, we cannot use information that is outside of the university. So for us to be able to manage the information, we need to use the UNISA email account. Remember that is also free. and you can use it at your best. And then for you to be able to access the e-tutorials, you access them on My Modules, where Dr. Nene has shown us that when you log on to My UNISA, you'll find two buttons. The other one is for My Modules. Actually, there are three: My Modules 2022, My Modules 2021, and also My Admin. So you will find them under My Modules 2022, where there is a button for My Modules, where it is listed according to the module codes. You will find that, let's say, for example, it is AFL 1501. It will be AFL 1501, the main site, the one that you actually have, and then below it, you will have the one that has got an 1E, 2E, or 10E, depending on the number of groups in the module. At this current moment, we have not linked any student in the tutorial websites, in tutorial groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nomvula Nemakwi. And I'll also like to remind students that the contact details of all the academic support coordinators have been posted on the charts. So if you would like to ask more about tutorials, you can go there, you can take note of the emails and ask the questions. And we also have our help desk. The email chs@unisa.ac.za was also posted on the chat. Please take note of that email. Should you have more questions regarding your studies at UNISA, you can send your queries to that email, and also the ads email address that was shared by Ms. Malevo. So we're now going to take questions. I will take 5 hands. And then from there, we're going to give others a chance. Just remember to lower your hand after you have asked your question. And also if the question that you are intending on asking, a fellow student has already addressed that question, can you please lower your hand so that we can take new questions? And just remember, the more the questions, the more the opportunity for you to learn. So I'm just going to read out 5 first names, and then you can ask your questions in that order. Thank you. Okay, I will start with Mandisa, followed by Nancy, Nolubalo. Number 3 will be Chwene. Number 4, Tetwa. Number 5, Amanda. Thank you so much. Mandisa, you can start asking your question.
Well, I wanted to know that why on the public relation we don't have a attempt on a quiz, and I also want to know what's this? When are we go? Where is the student going to find us? And why? Oh, the about the assignment. There is this module. It's AUP. It have got 7 assignment. So I want you to know that are we going to write an examination on top of these 7 assignments? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Nolubabalo. Okay. Nancy, if she's not ready, Chwene, you can ask your question. Okay, let's move over to Snenhlatla. Hello.
So does that, hello?
Hi, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can ask now.
Okay, I was asking about the quiz questions. Since we have the opening and the jury, can access my quiz, maybe answer a few questions, then the next day I attempt others, or does it mean the moment I attempt quiz, there's no going back? It means I have to finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Amanda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Amanda.
I wanted to ask, when you said when you cancel your module, there's going to be money forfeit if it's not after the 10 days cooling period. Does that mean that the whole modules that you have registered for, the money is going to be forfeited, or only for that specific module?
Okay, thank you. Sinentlatla, are you ready to ask your question? Okay. Okay, I will take Pumlani the last for the last 5 sets of questions. Pumlani Mpembe.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you be able to hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you, Pumlani.
Okay. I got 2 questions to ask here. Let's say I'm funded by NSFAS and I got an extra bursary from a private service provider. What happens to the credit, more especially if all the funds has been cycled? What will happen to the funds that will come from the private provider? And then lastly, I heard in last week's presentations, they said something about the assignments cover pages. So can you briefly explain more about that? Because I haven't seen anything since you made presentations today pertaining the cover pages. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those who have already asked the questions, can you kindly lower your hands? The question about assignments, the first one was about assignments for EUP. We're not specifically going to address a certain module because the coordinators for those modules might not be here to answer your questions. But if you want to know more about assignment content, whether the assignment is compulsory or not, I would recommend that you contact the lecturer who's responsible for that module. But on how assignment works, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Nene to kindly explain the assignments and whether how the students can submit their assignments. And after Dr. Nene, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Malewa again, registration, to kindly address the issue about funds and the refunds after the cancellation of registration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to elaborate in terms of the, to just give a brief, because EUP is one of the signature modules. Please understand this, for each and every module, there's a rule and regulations of it. So if ever there are 7 assignments, some other modules, they will say 6 assignments are the ones that you need to submit, which include your portfolio probably as the 6th one. The 7th one might be for those people that will submit a doctor's note or something like that to be the 7th one. Some other modules, they will take all 7, which include the portfolio within that. So for the 6 assignments, 7 or 9 assignments, even the 10, it means that's a continuous assessment, it's an online module. So you need to go back to the announcement, read the tutorial later. If ever you have a problem, contact your lecturer. That is number 1. Now let us look in terms of the assignment cover page. Someone asked about the assignment cover page. That is for written assignment. A written assignment, you need to have a cover page with your details and according to the requirement of the department. For me, in terms of FI 1501, I want a declaration as well to be attached in terms of that module so that we know that you are declaring that whatever information there is there, it is your information. So check within each module to find out what exactly do they want, and then from there, take it from there. There was a question as well of the quiz question that says, what happens if I'm doing a quiz? Am I allowed to leave and then come back? It depends on the quiz. So that's why you need to find out what type of a quiz, because all the quizzes are different. All the assessments are different. Find out in terms of whether you are allowed within that module or not, because some other module, it does allow you to go out. And then once you go out, you can come back and still redo it. It's still calculated. You went out after 10 minutes, it will add from there. But just try to find out exactly which type of a quiz that you're doing. We talk about different, about 7 to even 10 different type of quiz. Find out which one you are doing. Okay, I hope that I've answered the questions about assignments and assessment.
Thank you, Ms. Malebu.
Thank you, colleague. I'll be answering 3 questions because I've seen something again on the chat. For the cancellation, it depends on you, the student. What is it that you want to cancel? Do you want to cancel the full qualification, all the modules that are registered for? If so, yes, we're going to cancel it. After that 10-day cooling off period, you forfeit everything. However, if you only cancel certain modules, we will cancel what you have indicated because this request, remember, it comes from you. So you are the one who will be telling us, cancel this. Then we only concentrate on that one. I have noted that there was a student who has completed his or her higher certificate, and they want to know when are they going to get their certificates. We will be starting off with the audits of the final year students soon after registration, which might be the 3rd or 4th week of March. But we are doing some of these FI cards as they come in, and we are sending them to graduation. Graduations will be confirming with you, I think, around April, that yes, you have completed. This is the date. If they're going to have physical graduations, they will invite you. If they're going to do virtual, they will also inform you. And I also saw a concern about exemptions, where a student says they applied for their exemptions in December. Note that we had not even started registration in December. Therefore, in January, February, March, we were still doing registrations. We will then, after registrations, the second major process that we are going to do is the FI audit. Thereafter, it will be exemptions. So please bear with us and be patient because we have to finish with registrations first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Malebu. There was also a question about recordings. Prof. Sarombe has responded to that. So just note that the recordings of today's orientation will be sent to all students via MyLife in due course. So just make sure that you activate your MyLife email so that you can receive all information regarding this orientation and future information about your courses. I'm now going to take, there are 5 new hands, so I'm going to take all of them now, starting with Sudasha, followed by Spelele, then Linford, Abrahams, and lastly, Slindile. Thank you. Sudasha, you can ask your question.
Thank you so much. I just want to find out, I am doing PYC 1501, and in my study guide, I have activities that say it is compulsory to post it on the forum on my UNISA under the My Modules. But every time I go to the My Modules, to the PYC module, there isn't a discussion forum. How do I then do this compulsory activity in my study guide?
Thank you so much. Your question is noted. Spelele.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I had 3 questions, but thank you because the 3rd question was answered about finishing my higher certificate and not getting it or not getting the completed. So now I have 2 questions. One would be that my registration was finalized very late, and I think I had about 3 days to prepare for CS, which was the assessment was due. When my registration was finalized, it was finalized in 3 days when I had that assignment due. So I had to rush the topic 1, which has a lot of information which I had to go through. And by the time I finished the assessment, I was not happy about the assignment, the marks that I received. So my question is, for students like me who were finalized very late, are we going to get a second chance for those assignments which were finalized when they were about to be due? And the second question was that for my study material, I booked to collect it at the Durban campus, and but before I could collect it, the campus it's closed due to a strike.
Yeah.
So is there any information of when the strikes will end and when can we go to the campus? Thank you.
Thank you. Linfat? Linfat M? Okay, Abraham?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay, it's Linford here. I just had two questions regarding public relations. One is actually a general question regarding the discussion forum, because there was one link that I couldn't open in one of my self-assessments, and then just a brief question on the year module. I see there was a year module that I didn't register for yet because I'm still waiting on NSFAS to pay me out. So can I register for the year module at a later stage? Thank you.
Thank you. Abraham?
Good afternoon. I would just like to make an inquiry with regards to student cards and how that should be carried out and how it should be collected, or if it is delivered, or like what is the process to getting one. Thank you.
Thank you. Slindile? Oh, before Slindile, can we have Jody and Mabocha? Jody?
Hello.
Hi, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can ask your question.
Okay, so I just wanted to know so on assignments there's like the quizzes, there's more than one attempt there. So what if the second attempt, say we didn't complete it in time and so forth? Are you gonna still mark that one, or are you gonna mark the previous one? Like which one is gonna be marked? Is it gonna be the very last one that we did complete the attempt? And then I also wanted to know, will us as students like be penalized in some way if we are still waiting on NSFAS? Like, or is it just the fact that we're not going to receive our study material, but will it still be accessible online if we didn't get like the physical material delivered to us?
Yes, the study material is available online. When you click on your module site, you go to official study material. There should be study material for every course. The only thing that is not posted online is the textbook, if there's any for that particular module. But all study material is available or on my UNISA module or my module under official study material. You don't need to wait for the hard copies. From this page, you can start preparing for your assignments. You can download study material online and you start preparing your assignments. Can we have?
And just one more question, sorry. Okay. So I forgot. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm gonna take Mabucha for the last question. Mabucha.
Good afternoon, all.
Afternoon.
I've got two questions. I don't know, I joined late. I don't know if maybe this was addressed, but let me ask. The first one is, I was under the impression that the subject, the modules that are appearing on my modules are only for the first semester. Because I registered 8 modules, only 4 is appearing, so it didn't really bother me. I just thought, no, they only put the modules for first semester. But as you were presenting here, I realized that no, something could be wrong. I should ask what could be the problem, because I registered 8 modules and only 4 are appearing. The second question is, as we are online students, if there are issues like changing of surname, I actually enrolled with UNISA a while ago, 1998, I think. My details are still old. So is there any way online where I can update, or do I have to go physically to the campus and go and update my details? I've already updated the addresses and stuff, but I don't know in relation to the surname and other things. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to ask Dr. Nene to come back again I now feel sorry for him because he now have to answer questions even for modules that he's not responsible for. But yeah, Dr. Nene, you're here. So yeah, in general, if a student they've registered and they go to module or my UNISA and there's no discussion forum tool there, what can they do? And if also you can also answer the question about quiz again. And which else? Okay, and there was also a question about a student who registered late, who had to rush through and submit their assignments, and who are worried about the due dates for the assignment because their registration was finalized late. What can you advise? Thank you.
All right, let me start with the advice for the discussion forum. I want to show you so that you can be able to see what and I'm gonna, okay, it's on the student view. This is a discussion forum. It's one of the forum. Can you see here? It does write in terms of when this forum is due. And this indicates that for each and every module, as I've indicated previously, there is an open day, due date, and a close day. The open day allows you to do what? To now start submitting. The due date, it's a date, by that date, it needs to be in. And then we also have what we have. So, okay, we also have what we call it in terms of the closing date. The closing date is the date that the system is going to close. So you need to check in terms of the system to see exactly when is the assignment due. So if ever the closing date if ever the open date is not there, it means that you need to wait until such a time so that you can be able to submit your assignment. Check the dates and then be able to come back in terms of the system to submit. And the second part is about the second chance. Chances are, if ever the assignment is submitted, you're not gonna get a second chance. But speak to your lecturer because every situation is completely different. I'm not saying it's allowed. I'm not saying it's going to be doable, but you need to speak to the lecturer so that they can be able to provide you with the support. And it was going to be easier if ever you, during the time that you got linked to that specific module, you indicated to your lecturer that I just got linked now. What am I going to do with regards to the assignment because I don't have enough time? They were going to give you enough support in terms of helping you to submit a proper assignment with enough time. But you see, you can still go back and speak to them. With regards to the quiz, again, the quiz says it's more than one attempt. It takes the mark of the highest. It's going to mark all the assignments. Like, for example, if ever by any chance, if it's a 30-minute in terms of the quiz, and you end up, and the questions are 10 questions, and you end up doing only 5 questions every single time. What it does, after the 30 minutes is finished, the system will close and it will take the number of the question that you've answered and it will mark it. It will take whatever that is on the system that has been marked, it will take it and will mark it. I hope it does make sense in terms of my explanation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nene. I am now going to, I don't know why I've got an echo all of a sudden. Okay, the last 3 questions about registration, I'm going to give Ms. Malewa a break now and take it to CHS help desk. So either Ms. Mbengwane or Valencia can respond to the student card question. How can student apply for student card? And also the changing of surname. How can the student change their personal information on the system, or where can they go to be assisted with regards to that? And the last one was about registration. This, the student registered for 8 modules, but only 4 are appearing. What can they do? Ms. Mbengwane or Valencia, can you kindly assist with those questions?
Good afternoon, colleagues. May I kindly ask Ms. Mbengwane to please handle the questions, specifically also for the ones where there's only 8 modules showing on the registration of the student.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, students and colleagues. In terms of the 8 modules, it will depend if you are registered for first and second semester. That might be the reason why the second semester modules are not appearing, as second semester registration modules are supposed to be appearing for second semester. So you will be linked for those ones, but they might not appear now because now it's only first semester modules that you're linked to for this semester. In terms of the library card, as indicated on the chart, you can apply for a library card. You need to pay for one. It's the plastic one, and I have indicated on the chart as well that the paper one, the paper base is the one that you get with your study material as the cover letter. Next to your address, there will be one which is paper base, and then if you want one for the library, you will need to apply for that one and pay for a specific amount. There's certain regional offices which can issue you with the library card, but please do check with your regional office in terms of the library card. I hope I did cover all their asked questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Mengwani, for that, and Valencia. We have last three hands, so I'm just gonna take these three hands and then we hand over to the program directors. I'm gonna take Claire.
My hand up. Can I come in? Sorry.
Oh,
Just
okay. Sorry.
what Ms. Ndengwane has said.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think the student, where the student only saw 8 modules, you might find that the student only clicked on the first level modules. We show all the modules. Our system shows all the modules, be it first semester, second semester, or year modules. But the student can send an email to ARTES to find out more, because she says she has chosen 8 and we never register 8 in one semester. We register only 5, that is the maximum. And for the changing of surname, the student can send an email and attach a certified copy of the document with the new surname. E.g., if the student is now married, she may attach the certified copy of her marriage certificate. If she has changed surnames for other reasons, there is a document from Home Affairs that the student will have to attach on her email. That document also has to be certified. And there was a question about the year module. For year modules, yes, the student can still register, because registration for the year modules closes on the 7th of March. And I saw on the chat, there is a student who wanted to know, she's doing BA Community Development. She wanted to know about the elective modules. Your elective modules are on Group B. Your Group A are the compulsory modules, then your Group B are the electives. Thank you very much, colleague.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malebu, for that clarity. I'm gonna take the last 3 questions, starting with Claire. You can ask your question, followed by Amanda, and lastly, Slindile. Thank you. Claire Moodley. Okay, Amanda. Hello.
Hi, can you
Slindile?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Who's speaking?
Amanda.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you can ask your question.
A last question regarding the tutors. I wanted to know that when are we going to start? And there are certain modules whereby no information has been sent, but they prescribe books which they are not part of the study material, which we have to ourselves look for them, and we are struggling to access the library. Okay, let me say we can't use the library. So I was asking if is it possible to get a tutorial video whereby we are being shown how to use the library online.
Okay, thank you, Gabriela.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
This is Claire. I had my mic muted. My question is about modules. I wanted to change them, and they suggested that I go to the campus because that's faster than doing it online. But someone mentioned that the Durban campus is closed for striking or something, so I'm not sure what to do, because if I do it with online, wouldn't it take longer? But then there's also the strike, so I'm not sure. How do I change
what? Come again, sorry.
I want to change my modules.
Your modules. Is it for semester or for year?
The whole year.
Okay. Okay, the last hand I'm going to take Amanda. Okay, Joseph, you can ask your question. This is the last hand that I'm taking, unfortunately. Joseph?
Sorry, my mic was muted. I wanted to find out. I think I came in late. I heard. I'm forgetting the name. She spoke about e-tutorials, right? And she says they're going to be in regions. I think I didn't quite get that part. What exactly she meant. For example, I'm an international student myself, so I'm trying to wrap my head around the matter. And then the second question is, I'm doing BA in political leadership and citizenry. One of the modules that I'm focusing on is South Africa and international politics. Most of the books, most of the references that are being made are you can only access them through eReserve. Can you clarify for me there what exactly it is and how exactly do I access it? Is it the library, and how do I access the library? Something like that. I don't know if you're getting me.
Okay, yes, I got you. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Mrs.
Hello.
to. Hello.
You've been skipping. Yes, Lindy, I've been meaning to ask, and you've been skipping all along.
Okay, I'm sorry, Slindy. Let me make it fast. We've been calling your name, but you were not answering.
Okay.
Yes, you can ask your question.
Okay, maybe it has been asked. I don't know because I just joined in right now. I just wanted to get a clarity if you don't have a PC that you're using and you just decided to download the Microsoft. I'm a first year student during a PR, so I wanted to know on how to link my assignment when submitting when I've already written it on a Microsoft Word. And is it a problem if I handwrite it and scan it and convert it to a PDF and then submit it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm now going to hand over to Mrs. Nema Hui from Tutorial Support to answer the question regarding to the start date of tutorials. And yeah, I think there were two questions regarding tutorials. Yes, Ms. Nema Hui, if you can assist us with it.
Thank you, colleague. At this moment, the tutorials, we were thinking that will start on the 1st of March, but there are some technical issues, and once we link you, you will receive an email. That is why it's very much important for you to make sure that you have claimed your MyNISA account. The other question is regarding the regional face-to-face tutorials. Face-to-face tutorials are offered in the regions which is nearby to you. But since you are an international student, the only region that is outside of South Africa is in Ethiopia. If not, then if you are not having a regional office nearby to you, hopefully the e-tutors, you will be linked as a first-time student, and then you'll be able to carry on with your study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nema Hui. I am now going to ask Mrs. Signolo to briefly explain the library, access to the library, and also the e-reserves, how students can get more information from the library or on the library website. Thank you. Mrs. Signolo?
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If I heard it correctly, they want to know how they access the library, and the other one, how they do access the electronic reserves.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The students are able to access the library by using cards. So your student card enables you to access any of the libraries, the regional libraries of UNISA or any branch library that is nearest to you. So you get access through using your student card. And for the electronic reserves, these are the books that are prescribed, as I indicated, or recommended by lecturers, and you are able to access them online. With these books, they will allow you to then request online in order for you to get them. You have to request them online. They are referred to as postal collections on the website, on the library catalog. So you request it online under request, and then you wait until you receive a response to say your request will be processed, and you within 3 working days, you will be able to receive your requested items via the postage. But if there is an option where you also indicate if you're looking for you are nearest, you are closer to the library, so you can always say they can post it, they can send it to the nearest library where you can go and pick it up. And the other recommended and prescribed books, you are able to, you request them and then they send it to you via the post, or you can come and collect it to your nearest library. And the e-reserves, you request them, you open them online, and you are able to obtain. That's where I said, as long as you've got an Adobe Reader, you are able to then download them from the course code that you would have searched for, and then you are able to download them and get them for you to read. I hope I've clarified that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mrs. Nyolo. I'm now going to ask Dr. Nene to assist us with the assignment question, the kind of format that is allowed on module. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This question, it has been asked for several times, including the orientation for SRC orientation. It was asked about that, and one student said something that that's a stupid question. It's an easy answer. There's no stupid question. It is better to ask a question, get clarity about it, and be able to do it correctly. I would like to actually to share for me so that I can clarify much more in terms of how you do it. If ever you're writing your assignment and you're writing on a Microsoft Word, for those students that know, it is fine. For those students who do not know, we are helping them right now. You need to convert your assignment as a PDF and save it as a PDF. If ever you say, for example, you want your assignment to be saved into a PDF, because I know I'm a teacher, I've encountered that kind of a problem. Assignment 1, do you understand? You are putting your assignment 1, and then you can even change in terms of decided, I want this to be saved as PDF, and then you save it. Once that has been saved, then you can go back and be able to retrieve it and make sure that you do what? You submit it in terms of, do you understand? There's your assignment, take it and submit it in terms of the system. It is very, very important to check what type of assignment did they want, the lecturer want. If the lecturer want in terms of a PDF, submit a PDF. If the lecturer want you to submit the Microsoft Word, please submit a Microsoft Word. For those people that do not have cell phone, ask a lecturer if ever one can be able to type it in terms of online text, because there's a part as well that allows you, as I demonstrated, that allows you to type in terms of that, if you can make that accessible for you. If you cannot make it, you will have then to do what? Handwrite, and then from there scan and submit. But please make sure, I'm talking from experience of marking handwritten assignment, write neatly so that we can be able to see what you wrote. If you doubt the content of what you wrote, if it's visible, redo it again, because it's very important for your marks, for you to receive the marks that you deserve, not for us to keep on searching what you were trying to write. Okay, I hope that I've answered in terms of that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nene. The last question I'm going to ask Mrs. Malebu to assist us with is with regards to the change of module. Can the students still change module? How do they change module, especially for year? Thank you.
I would like to get more information from the student. Is this already registered, or is the student temporarily registered? Why do I want to know this? It's because if the student is only temporarily registered, right now she can go and remove those modules from the system and add those that she wants to register. But if they are already registered, it means it's a cancellation, and she must check the timelines of registration and cancellation. If it's 10 days, if the 10 days has lapsed, she is going to forfeit money, and she has to pay for the new modules because she did get a service for the other modules. Therefore, if she wants to change them, we only exchange semester modules, and semester modules are exchanged during that 10-day cooling off period. So for year modules, it's going to be a cancellation if she's fully registered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malebu. I think you covered it without the clarity from the student. I'm sure she's covered. Okay, I think we are going to stop here due to time. Thank you so much for all the questions that were raised today. We hope that you've learned and you also received the answers to all the questions that you had. I am now going to hand over to the program director, Mr. Mulife. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, and for your patience. I know we're supposed to finish off at 1 o'clock, but the question kept on coming, and thanks for your patience. Students have benefited a lot from this engagement. I mean, the ACRA, the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, they've done a study that there's a relationship and correlation between student engagement and the rise in performance. So the exercise we are doing now of engaging students will contribute much in student performance, and positively so, I believe. So lastly, last item is an item on vote of thanks, which will be given by Ms. Mukra, who will be giving a closing remark and vote of thanks. And from me and my colleague, Mr. Mabusela, it will be a goodbye for us. And thank you, Ms. Mkra. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Itu. I hope you can hear me and you can see my face.
Yes, of course, I can see your beautiful smile.
Thank you very much, Itu. Thank you very much, students, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your time. I know we all went over the time that we had planned for, but because of your questions and the importance that we respond to you, this was necessary. So on behalf of Prof. Sarumbe from the Office of Tuition and Student Support, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all students for attending this event. We'd like to thank Mr. Mabusela and Mr. Molefe. Thank you very much for your job well done as program directors. We thank our Deputy Dean, the Deputy Executive Dean, Prof. Nkosi, for making the time and welcoming our students and our guest presenters. We would also like to thank the presenters for the valuable information that you have shared with our students today about the services that is available to them at the institution. We thank our special guest, Dr. Paul Charles, for the motivation you have provided. Students commented on the chat box and they are quite happy with what you had shared. They are motivated. And on our side, we promise to provide a productive environment for our students, as we do not wish for any of them to drop out. We want all our students to succeed and have a good journey with us as CHS. Also, a special thank you to Sophie Mabaso. Thank you for availing yourself and providing the sign language interpretation for our student. Your work is always appreciated. To the students again, thank you for taking the time to attend the orientation. We appreciate your presence. We appreciate the questions that you have posed, and we appreciate that you took time from work to come and sit in with us. And I would also like to thank all our colleagues that have done a great job in organizing this orientation and that have been working in the background and responding to student questions on the chat box. Big thanks also to David, who has helped with all the technical issues that we experience on our side today. So we will also like you to give us feedback on the survey. David shared a link on the chat box, so please click on that feedback survey and complete it. It should not take you more than 5 minutes. So we have posted the link, and David, if you could post it again for those who have missed it. give us more information, like give us your feedback and give us comments on what you thought of this orientation, what you think was beneficial to you, and also what you think we can do better for our next student orientation. So please do take the time to complete the survey. Your feedback will be highly appreciated. So another thank you very much, colleagues, for all your excellent support and the work that you have done. Thank you to the colleagues from the different departments who joined us today to offer support to the students and help in responding to the student queries in the chat box. To our students, we wish you all the best with your studies at UNISA, and we are here to support you throughout your academic journey. Always come to us. We did share email addresses while the presentations were going on and even on the chat box. Please make use of those email addresses. When you feel stuck, come to us and we'll be able to assist you. We want this journey to be a smooth one for you, so we are here for you. So the session is officially closed, and thank you and have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.